Okay, good morning. Today is Thursday, February 26th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of February. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming forward to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being both transmitted electronically and being transcribed by a court reporter. Madam Secretary, if you could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay, at this time, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon pursuant to open meeting law, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as any from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask any questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will take them from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Please step forward to the podium. I can't see Carson City. Okay, so I'm being told by, there we go. There is no one present at the podium wishing to make public comment here in Las Vegas. One moment, if you would. Got to get that timer ready.
My name is Glenn Hunsucker, Hunsucker. This is about Resorts World and Mr. Brian Sandoval. Before Mr. Sandoval is considered for approval, I asked that he be required to answer the following questions under oath. Have you seen 2 different roulette balls of different sizes at the same table? Of all the years of working in casinos and walking by roulette tables, have you ever seen the same number come up 2 or 3 times in a row? If yes, what do you attribute this to? Did the MGM or any other casino you worked for use tapered cards or any other cards that can be stripped in order to group blackjack cards together? As a commission, I hope you will ask these questions and stop covering up the biggest fraud in American history. Any questions?
Is there anyone else present that wishes to make public comment?
Good morning, Brianna Carbajal, that's BRIANA CARBAJAL for the Culinary Union. Today we submit for the record an administrative law judge's order setting hearing dates through March for one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in U.S. history. These hearings are ongoing and Red Rock Resorts is currently presenting their defense in the case. The federal government rested its case last December. We urge a representative of the Gaming Control Board to attend one of these hearings if they have not already. In all candor, we are not impressed with the defense that Red Rock Resorts is putting up. We are confident in the strength of the government's case, and we believe that the NLRB will ultimately rule in our favor. And in our estimation, winning in this case could result in a sizable financial liability owed by Red Rock to the workers whose rights it is found to have violated. Thank you. The station's casino employee who was planning on coming today to provide public comment was not able to make it, but we will submit his comment as well as the comments that I just made to the secretary by email later today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? There being no one else present, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for January 2026.
Each of us has had the opportunity to review the prior month's disposition. Are there any questions or comments? There being none, I think it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please, if you would read in the non-restricted consent item.
Your item on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning is item 11. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right. We've all had the opportunity to review item 11. If there are no questions or comments, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 3 through 13. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
We've all had the opportunity to review the materials on items 3 through 13. If there are no questions or comments, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted items 3 through 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board and with the conditions also recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. That brings us to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Brian Sandoval, Andrew George Burnett, Kyung Lim, and Kong Tan for licensure as a manager and director at Resorts World Las Vegas, LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Yes, thank you. Although I'm not legally required to make this disclosure, it's already public information, easily found on the internet. I want to disclose that in December of 2014, Governor Brian Sandoval appointed me as a judge to preside over the inaugural Court of Appeals of Nevada. And thereafter in 2017, Governor Sandoval swore me in as the first female chief judge of the Court of Appeals of Nevada. I do not have a social relationship, only a professional relationship, as previously stated. Furthermore, I do not have a pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the appointment described on the record, and therefore I intend to participate. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I would too like to make a disclosure, although it's not legally required, but this is a demonstration that Nevada is a very small state and people get to know each other regularly and well. I've had the pleasure of knowing Brian Sandoval for 30 years. We were once young, you've aged better than I. But I just want to make it clear that we've served on multiple committees together from GOED and DOT, multiple things. There is one item I would like to clarify for the record for those who aren't familiar with how Nevada elects a lieutenant governor and a governor, because many states do it differently. But some media has suggested that I served as Governor Sandoval's lieutenant governor. I served as a lieutenant governor during the time you were governor. So that's not an appointment. So again, for the outside world, I just want to make that clear. We currently serve together on the Davidson Academy, which is a not-for-profit entity and for profoundly gifted kids on the campus of UNR, but none of the relationships we've had or certainly currently have involve any pecuniary business or other interests. So I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship, and I therefore intend to fully participate in the consideration of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Resorts World Las Vegas. Here with me today, I have two of the applicants, Brian Sandoval and E.G. Burnett. We want to thank you, Chair Tagliati, for waiving the appearances of Kohan Tan and Huey Lim, both of whom have previously been licensed, and they had no areas of concern or issues in their background investigation. We know that there was a robust record created at the board meeting and that the commissioners have had an opportunity to watch that meeting. So if it is acceptable, what we would like to do is provide an abbreviated overview of the background of the applicants before you today.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I will turn it first to Governor Sandoval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Brian Sandoval. It's a privilege and honor to be before you today, and I will give some truncated remarks. And just by way of background, I grew up in Northern Nevada, Fallon and Sparks, Nevada, went to the University of Nevada, graduated there, attended law school at the Ohio State University, Moritz College of Law, and thereafter returned to Northern Nevada to practice law. I've been barred in the state of Nevada since 1989, was also barred in state of California as well as the District of Columbia. I had a varied law practice while I was practicing law. Was elected to the Nevada legislature in 1995, reelected in 1997. Was privileged to be appointed to this commission in 1998. And then in 1999, was appointed to serve as chair. Thereafter was elected to serve as Nevada's Attorney General. During my time as Attorney General, was nominated by President George W. Bush to serve as a federal district court judge for the District Court of Nevada, and was confirmed unanimously by the United States Senate. Served in that capacity until approximately 2008, and thereafter stepped down from that appointment to run for governor, and was elected as governor in 2010 and served in that capacity from 2011 to 2019, and thereafter served briefly as the president of global gaming development for MGM Resorts. Stepped away from that to serve in my current position as president of the University of Nevada. So with that, again, I'm honored and privileged to be before you today and happy to respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. I think that this might be the licensing, gaming license is the only thing you haven't done. So I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments to my colleagues.
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions. Governor Sandoval, you've been vetted left and right, frontwards and backwards. So I'm very comfortable supporting your application. And I think Resorts World is very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
I echo Commissioner Solis Rainey's comments. It is realizing almost a full circle to come before us today, not only for yourself, Governor, but also for your colleague and counter. But I have no further questions and will fully support, after a very impressive presentation in front of Nevada's Gaming Control Board, the applications today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I to echo the comments of my colleagues. I mean, you're really beyond reproach. You were vetted as a federal judge even. And so I'm sure it is for full circle for you to be here today. I mean, you were chair of this commission. So it's just amazing that this is only your first time before us. I'm just surprised it took this long for you to get a license. So congratulations. I fully support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair Tagliati. Good morning. It's a pleasure to see you. I too am surprised that, the two faces that I associate with gaming in Nevada have never been licensed before. Got to have questions, though. Can't make this, a cakewalk. My questions, as Ms. Okerberg is well familiar, often involve the governance and other commitments on boards and how this particular board works. So that, Governor Sandoval, I'll start with you, but these are, more generic for ongoing and for your colleagues. But can you discuss a bit about, how you interact with the Genting mothership and Ms. Okerberg has done a wonderful job educating me, and thank you for like 8 pages of charts and things, how governance works, getting close. You don't have committee structures. You're appointed, for life, which is a governance tool that I'm not familiar with. Usually, they're appointed or shareholders, or at least even a private company, which you all are, or a private entity. There's still some kind of process or renewal that you go through, and other, besides resignation, a bad day at the hospital, your lifetime appointees. But can you talk about how that governance works on the board? And we had this discussion, I think, a month ago or 2 months ago, quickly, but now I have the chairman of Genting, Nevada here. So if I can do that in Las Vegas Resorts World, Governor Sandoval.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, to you and through you to Commissioner Krolicki, and for the record, Brian Sandoval. First, I neglected to mention in my preliminary remarks my compliments to the Gaming Control Board and its agents in this process. And some of you mentioned being on the other side of the dais associated with the investigation, and I just can't be any more complimentary of how that process worked and the agent that I interacted with. But to Commissioner Krolicki's question, I mean, even just last night, there was a mothership board meeting at 10:30 our time, PM, and that I engaged in. So there are regular meetings that our board and me personally participate in associated with the Genting Berhad, and as well as two of the individuals that were waived today also regularly participate in our board meetings. So I think you can be confident in the engagement between the two. And I've been very pleased to see the amount of engagement that happens between the two of those. Obviously, there are other conversations that happen between the management on the property and the individuals at Genting Berhad.
And I understand, Mr. Burnett, and I'm not talking to you, but just associating you, that you were in the compliance committee of Genting Berhad, but not Mr. Clayton has stepped forward and I think is serving Las Vegas Resorts World Compliance Committee chair position.
That's correct.
But how do you interact with the local compliance committee?
Madam Chair, to you and through you to Commissioner Krolicki, we attend. I'll ask Mr. Burnett to respond to himself, but I personally attend the compliance committee meetings. So there are regular meetings of the compliance committee. Jennifer Roberts on the property does a spectacular job. We just had a board meeting, and she makes a presentation at each and every one of our board meetings for any issues associated with compliance. One of the questions that I ask every time is, do you have the resources that are necessary to be able to do your job appropriately? And so there's a keen, obviously, because of the history that has happened on this property, there is a very keen attention that is paid to ensure that, all of the rules and regulations of the board and the commissioner are being followed, and that no mistakes like the mistakes that were made before will happen again.
And I believe Mr. Wheeler heads up your internal audit group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he reports to the LVRJ board. If I said that, Las Vegas Resorts World board, or to the compliance committee, or to both?
Commissioner Krolicki, he reports to the board. He has an administrative line to the CEO, but he has a direct reporting line to the board. He obviously also has interaction with the compliance committee as appropriate.
And
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry.
I was just going to add, Commissioner Krolicki, that again, we just had a board meeting and we received an extensive report with regard to his job responsibilities in the property.
And how large is his team for internal audit?
I don't know that offhand. I'd have to go back and share that with you, Commissioner Krolicki.
Sufficient to perform the duties associated with internal audit?
I think that is fair to say.
Yeah. And I'll add, Madam Chair, to Commissioner Krolicki, and similar with compliance, that I asked that specific question during the board meetings to ensure that he has all the resources and personnel that he needs to carry out his job, and the response is yes.
And given compliance has been such a theme, besides Mr. Clayton, who else offhand and you said you attend compliance committee meetings, but who are the standing committee members for compliance? For the compliance committee?
Commissioner Krolicki, going back to your last question, Mr. Burnett has just advised me that the internal audit team consists of 5 individuals total. And so I just wanted to answer that question. As to your more recent question, you have the independent member and the chair, which is Mark Clayton. And then you also have Bruce Aguilera and Carlos Castro sits on that committee as well. So it's a 3-member compliance committee at the Resorts World level.
Okay. And it's unusual to have a board, even of a private company, without committees. And I know you've been operating as a committee of the whole. We used to do that in the legislature on big deals. So I know the entire, issues and compliance and moving forward and all the things that are being tackled by the company going forward. It takes the full board, but especially not having an audit committee, I find that unusual. So I would assume as chairman, you're the audit of the chairman of the audit committee when it meets as a whole. But are there any plans to actually do some of the delegation to the board members for committee forming, or you envision going as a committee of the whole indefinitely going forward?
Madam Chair, to you and through to Commissioner Krolicki, and for the record, Brian Sandoval, there are no plans at this time to form subcommittee or committees. We do meet as a committee of the whole, and as I said, we meet regularly, and I don't think we are missing anything because we do receive a full and complete report at each and every one of the board meetings.
I appreciate you all being here, and if I may make everyone's indulgence, I have known Governor Sandoval for 30 years. I have served on committees with him, often as a vice chairman, but you get to know people exceedingly well when you spend that kind of time together, literally hundreds, thousands of hours. We've sat together doing our jobs, but I've also had a chance to see you behind the closed door, when it's not public, and you have never been unwavering to what is right. If it's hard, doesn't matter. We're going to do this in a way that makes our mentor Kenny Gwynn proud. But never once have I seen you waver from doing what's absolutely right for Nevada and for the responsibilities that you've had, in your various positions, and you continue that at UNR. I think the wisdom of the folks at Genting Burhard to bring in, you and Mr. Burnett, who, as I started out this conversation, personify it, in my mind, compliance. You've both been on this side. You've lived it every day. You totally get what we have. And you would never knowingly allow, a compliance pickle to happen under your watch, to the best of your abilities. So I think they chose very wisely. And I look forward to you, performing your jobs. Obviously, it's still under a big microscope. People are watching moves, both financially and the compliance. And I'm sure, complications can still arise regardless of you all. But, tone of the top is a words we use often, but I can't imagine better tone at the top for Las Vegas Resorts World than you two and Chairman Sandoval on that one. So I am delighted and proud to support your application today.
Madam Chair, to Commissioner Krolicki, thank you.
Well, I don't obviously have any additional questions, and every compliment that a person could be given has been given to you. And so, I echo all of it. I think that Resorts World has made a very good decision and for all the reasons that everybody stated, both at the board meeting and today. I will say, I'm very glad to hear that you're asking Ms. Roberts if she has the support she needs. One thing that's kind of stuck out to me when listening to the board meetings and kind of the considerations every time there's been issues that we've discussed related to Resorts World is what an incredible, first of all, she gets a ton of accolades and rightfully so. She has an impeccable reputation and you've done very well to put trust in her. I think that's goes without saying, but what an incredible amount of pressure that she has, right? She's got a big microscope right on her and her performance and her responsibilities. And so I was really happy to hear that you support her and her having enough staffing to be able to do what needs to be done. So that's very encouraging and I'm positive. And so thank you for being here today and we appreciate it. And at this time, do you have your own abbreviated introduction?
I do, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, AG Burnett, and like the governor, I'm very, very proud and humbled to be in front of you today. Abbreviated background, born in Reno, raised in Sparks, graduated from the University of Nevada, Reno, International Affairs and Political Science degree in 1992. Owned a small business for about a year and then sold that when I got into law school, went to Gonzaga University School of Law, graduated in 1996. Thank God, passed the bar exam on my first try, and worked at a law firm in Reno, doing commercial, general, civil business litigation for 2 years. And after that, I embarked upon my career as a gaming regulator in one form or another that lasted about 20 years, bounced around in various different roles, including the Attorney General's office, representing the Gaming Control Board, the Gaming Commission, Deputy Chief in the Corporate Securities Division at the Gaming Control Board, and then was lucky enough to be, and was proud to be appointed by the governor to be a Gaming Control Board member in 2011. And when then Chairman Mark Lipparelli stepped down in mid-2012-ish, the governor selected me to be the chair, and I ran the Gaming Control Board for a period of about 5.5 years, until the very end of December 31st, 2017, when I stepped down from the role and joined the law firm that I'm at now, McDonald Carano, where I'm a partner doing gaming and regulatory work. I'm extremely proud and humbled to be on the board of Resorts World. As I mentioned to the board, it's a beautiful property. It's a stunning property. I walked the floor last night. Very proud to be working with the folks in Malaysia regarding the property and with the governor and our other board members. And couldn't be prouder to work with them and the team. As you said, it's a very highly qualified team. With that, I'm absolutely happy to take any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you. From my colleagues.
Okay. Oh, all right. Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple, and thank you for being here. And your resume is so impressive, obviously. I was just curious when I read the investigative material as to what your testimony was about with the Nevada legislature in 2017. There were some hearings on some actions taken by, at the time, Attorney General Laxalt, and I guess you were testifying on behalf of that. I was just curious, they didn't expand on it, and I was wondering what that was about.
Yeah, it's pretty well documented, and definitely a difficult phase during my career. In short, just in summary, and it's all public, the Attorney General represents the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I was the chair of the Gaming Control Board. Mr. Laxalt was the Attorney General. Attorney Generals are politicians. Gaming Control Board chairs are not. And one of the things that we do, and I know you do, and the Gaming Control Board work very hard to do, is to maintain a separation between any form of political influence and the job of the regulator. Indeed, I've even written articles on the fact that the regulators are a sword and are not a sword nor a shield. The regulators are an intermediary regulatory body that's to act objectively and fairly under the law. At the time, Mr. Laxalt was preparing for a run, I believe, for governor. So there were some political pressures that led to him wanting to encourage the Gaming Control Board to file an amicus brief in some very contentious litigation that was going on at the time involving Las Vegas Sands. It was multi-billion-dollar international investigative work that had been done. And Commissioner Silver, to elaborate on that, when an investigation is taking place, the Gaming Control Board is often hand in hand with other regulatory agencies, be it the DOJ, the CIA, the SEC, whomever it may be. And in this particular case, there were some federal agencies that were involved. And there were several reports that were generated. And the long and short of it was there was civil litigation that was very, very contentious regarding this Nevada licensee. And somewhere along the line, the litigators felt that there was a report that, if obtained, might be helpful or hurtful to one side or the other. So it became a contentious issue in discovery proceedings. And some of the folks representing the gaming licensee felt it might help them, essentially, if the Gaming Control Board were to speak to the court in the form of an amicus brief, to which my staff said no. And they said no probably 7 or 8 times. And of course, I was told, everyone knows the position of the Gaming Control Board on those things. We will weigh in. I say we. The Gaming Control Board will weigh in if necessary, if it's going to affect the gaming regulatory scheme or the Gaming Control Board or the Commission in some form or the state of Nevada. However, third-party litigants are left to litigate amongst themselves. And we wanted to keep it that way. There was a lot of pressure placed upon Mr. Laxalt to have the Gaming Control Board file an amicus. And he indeed asked us to file that amicus. And I said no. And the press found out about that. There was actually a recording that was taken of the conversation. And then it became a political issue, of course, because the legislature was in session. Very stressful time for me personally and for the Gaming Control Board. But I'm very, very proud at the end of the day that we held the line and we did the right thing. And we absolutely did not cave. And it has nothing to do with politics or Mr. Laxalt. He's a perfectly fine guy. And I have absolutely no issues, with him. However, I always told my staff at the Gaming Control Board that at the intersection of gaming regulation and politics and government, the gaming regulators have to stand firm. And that's what we did. So I was extremely proud about that situation and how it was handled. I was also fortunate to have a guy who was a former federal judge, a former attorney general, and a great individual as the governor of the state of Nevada, who I could keep informed on the matter. He did not interfere in the matter, but I was fortunate to have his backing and support to do the right thing.
Thank you. And also, I guess just my only other question was, you mentioned at the board meeting that you were familiar with every compliance plan, obviously, because you were the chair of the commission of every hotel when you left the board around 2017. So if you were familiar with every compliance plan at every hotel, I guess my question is, and I realize Resort Worlds didn't even open until 2021, but just what do you chalk up then? You knew what those plans were. What did you see as the failures of those plans? The failures that ultimately we saw, because during the time period that you were the chair, we have seen, and we've recently disciplined certain hotels and casinos for what happened during that time period. So that would be the first part of my question. And then how do you take that into Resort Worlds and what you've learned from that? And how, I've heard how you've tweaked it, but maybe you could just state that again of what you've taken from that and the failures into what you're doing now with compliance, because I know you're involved in that as well.
Absolutely.
Or you were.
Yeah, happy to answer that question, Madam Commissioner. So the first part, When I was deputy chief of the corporate securities division at the Gaming Control Board, that's where compliance regulation landed and was taken care of. Today, the Gaming Control Board has a compliance unit that's headed up by a lot of the folks that I worked with back at that time period. So in that context, I was overseeing all of the compliance related auditing and creation of plans over the regulated industry. And that was where I saw virtually all of the gaming compliance programs and worked on the approval of the members, amendments to the plans themselves, and then of course audits of the compliance functions, and then amendments to the plan, and just general overall review of the minutes and what have you. Skipping forward to the second part of your question, I think it's important to note that, and it's probably a good time to do it, in my opinion, there wasn't a failure of the Resorts World Gaming Compliance Program, and I'll call it the Gaming Compliance Regulatory Program because there are two. There's the gaming regulatory plan that a property or a company has that vets vendors and suppliers, purveyors of goods and services, consultants, material transactions, material litigation, what have you, unsuitable situations should they arise in that context from a regulatory basis. And as I stated before the board, on those plans, we sort of encouraged committees to act as regulators in and of themselves. And that's how I view myself, sitting on compliance committees as an extension of the regulatory arm. Because a lot of the same material is the same: key employees, reviews of backgrounds, new jurisdictions, for example. The other committee that I think has been at issue here of late is the AML committee, which operates completely independently, generally, completely independently from the gaming regulatory compliance committees. So you have AML property committees generally within the casino itself that is comprised usually of insiders within the company. AML officer, folks who are operating the gaming functions, who make those decisions in terms of, okay, does a CTR need to be filed? Does an SAR need to be filed? Do we do EDD on this particular customer? And that's where a lot of the failings have occurred. The Gaming Regulatory Compliance Committee, at least the committees that I'm familiar with, including Resorts World, would receive data from the AML committee, but not, as Ms. Okerberg has alluded to, not the actual information related to customers or SARS information, because of course that's very, very confidential, not even to be shared with the Gaming Regulatory Compliance Committee. So we would see, and typically do see, data. Last quarter, there were X amount of SARs filed. Last quarter, there were X amount of CTRs. And you can hopefully see if there are any spikes and maybe ask questions in terms of, is there anything inappropriate going on, or how is our in-house function in terms of compliance being handled? Going to the very last part of your question, when we on the Gaming Compliance Committee at Resorts World saw that the Gaming Control Board was going to file a complaint that involved the AML functions, we immediately activated our own investigation. We directed Greenberg Traurig to go ahead and conduct an internal investigation into what may have happened, just like the Gaming Control Board was doing, viewing ourselves as partners with the Gaming Control Board, and working hand in hand with the Gaming Control Board to come up with our own determination as to, was there an unsuitable situation? Was something wrong? What do we need to do here? And of course, in compliance committees, you know, we're not afraid to say someone needs to leave the company, or this is what needs to be done in order to fix or rectify these issues. And so what you see in the stipulated settlement before the Gaming Commission, or what you saw some months ago between the Gaming Control Board and Resorts World, and I'll probably get it wrong, I want to say there were 11 to 12, maybe 14 remedial measures that were agreed to in that stipulation for settlement. Those were all things that the Gaming Compliance Committee recommended. And among them is a little bit more interplay now between the Gaming Compliance Committee and the AML Committee. Again, you have to be very careful in terms of the separation for federal purposes. You don't want to expose folks to criminal federal liability who don't have anything to do with the function. But now, and Ms. Zuckerberg can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's a process that's been put in place. And I'm not sure if the board is going to require this or how it's going to work, but there is the ability now at the AML committee level for someone who is at the AML officer level. If there is a tie decision or a difficult decision to be made in terms of a patron, there is the ability to run that up to the gaming compliance committee. We wanted to be very careful how we did that and very mindful in terms of how that might work. And then
Has that happened? Has that happened? at
No,
all?
it has not happened. Yeah, fortunately. And we've talked about our new staff that we have at the property, and don't want to pressure Jennifer Roberts any further than need be. However, I have full faith and confidence in Jennifer. I've known her for 25 years, and we're very lucky to have her in that role. However, she does have certain protections. And also, I guess to put a period on the end of that sentence, the governor was asked about the compliance committee at the Resorts World level. That gaming regulatory compliance committee, which is chaired by Mark Clayton, as Ms. Zuckerberg mentioned, is a committee that we on the board also sit in on just to show support, quite frankly. And I have seen this with other gaming compliance committees where I serve on another gaming compliance committee for a manufacturer where the entire board sits in their meetings, not to interject, not to oversee, not to second guess, but just to show support and also to see what issues might be going on.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Sure.
Those answers. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I'm in full support. Obviously, your background is fabulous, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned, I will, of course, support the applications. I do have one additional thought that has crossed my mind as we speak. Going back in an operational capacity, in the times when Resorts World did open, there may, we can all have opinions. We've heard so much testimony and so many people stand in front of us over the last 2-3 years on this subject. But I'm curious because there was a belief amongst the industry that perhaps the recruitment process of senior level individuals, not one individual, not 2, 3, could have been 5, it could have been 10, was flawed. That's just an opinion. And I'd ask how, I imagine Mr. Castro is the ultimate responsibility for recruitment at the senior levels, and that includes obviously people who are involved in casino marketing and so on. And the board's level of involvement in that, just throw that question if there is any particular involvement. Realizing, of course, also that, Mr. Lim still has not been fully seasoned, and through osmosis and perhaps mentorship, which he will require at this stage of his career, which is mostly based on in the finance and business world. And he's very fortunate that he has individuals such as yourselves who can lead that mentorship process and develop him, assuming that at some point he or some other key members of the family will be the heirs apparent in the organization. Just throwing that out as a thought. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, to the Commissioner, I will say this, and first and foremost, Mr. Castro just celebrated his 1-year anniversary on the property, and I've been nothing but overwhelmed and impressed with his capabilities. And at our board meetings, when he is recruiting and bringing in individuals, he does keep us apprised of what he is doing. And in fact, he's doing such a good job that we have to work really hard to keep the great people that we have, because there is a lot of competition up and down the strip. So I've been really pleased, and obviously there is an absolute expectation that anybody that is hired and comes onto that property has the highest amount of integrity and understands the culture that we have created. And as we move forward, that there will be a culture of compliance, and that that they'll continue to aspire to make it the best property in Las Vegas.
Thank you for that, Governor. Yes, Mr. Castro is a fine man. And good luck going forward. And thank you for the response. I have no other questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Burnett, always a pleasure to see you. And if it were not for the governor, I'd be doing more accolades your direction too, because I think we have been acquainted for many, many years. And you know, when we do these applications, you get to learn lots of things about people. And after knowing you for 20 years, I never knew what AG stood for, Andrew George. So now I know, who would have thought? I asked Governor Sandoval about how you balance, all the different board responsibilities, and it's hard, but I've seen you manage very disparate things, and, busy people seem to do more. Your application, Mr. Burnett, is the same, but rather than balancing separate things, they're kind of all in that same compliance silo, if you will. And going back to Gerhard Benting, the mothership, and forgive me for using that term, but it just helps me get my head around it. But could you talk about how there is no conflict on the various compliance committees that you sit on? They're all, walled off, and you have no issues and don't wake up in the middle of the night worrying about things.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
And thanks for the comments. So in terms of roles on compliance committees, it's very similar to the role as being counsel to a company. Obviously, you've got a duty of confidentiality, and I stand firm on the duty of confidentiality. There really aren't any conflicts because you're not making business decisions or pursuing business decisions on a competitive format. What you're doing is reviewing the decisions that management has made or wants to make and vetting those decisions in terms of compliance with the regulations and statutes. So instead of going out and pursuing a deal or a transaction, the Gaming Compliance Committee is reviewing the company that the transaction may be with, for example, for suitability purposes, or the key employees that are being onboarded to the company, or consultants that are being hired. So in that sense, they're very, complementary to each other. And I think one of the ultimate benefits, and I learned this when I was at the Gaming Control Board, looking at all the various compliance plans and programs and how committees function, you do gain a sense of what I would call best practices in terms of compliance. And you do, while you cannot give specifics or disclose any confidential information, you do get an idea of issues that are going on in the industry. And so, for example, this latest round of AML issues has led me on other compliance committees to really work with companies to tighten everything up. I think that would be the best way.
Yeah, I mean, I get the best management practices. So you can use the same toolbox. Don't like that term, but the same toolbox on multiple sides. But I guess, well, I don't guess, the one that makes me scratch my head though is your compliance committee role at Genting Berhard with your board role here in Nevada for Resorts World. And again, I don't have an example of what a potential conflict would be, but you're comfortable that should something arise and you've got two very different hats and liabilities and D&O insurance, all those kind of things are very different, that they can be reconciled, or you would make it right however you would need to. Is that correct?
Sure. To elaborate on that, and that's why I stepped down from chairing the Resorts World Level Property Compliance Committee, and we brought on Mark Clayton, and that committee is independent, and it does have its own plan that it sort of audits to or complies with. The Genting Berhad parent company plan has its own plan as well, and its own due diligence requirements. So if you look at the minutes of the Genting Berhad compliance plan, you will not see reviews of the Resorts World property decisions in that you may see information in terms of things that may be going on at the level below. But really, the Genting-Berhad Compliance Committee was required by the board and set up simply because it was the parent company to the gaming tier that was entering into Nevada. So going back to the Genting-Berhad plan, it has its own requirements for due diligence on vendors, suppliers, material transactions, major stockholders, unsuitable events, things of that nature. So when we review those materials for the Genting plan, it's not looking at Resorts World material. Those decisions have been made. This is looking at Genting-Berhad related business and activities. That's not to say that if there was an issue at the Resorts World level, the Genting-Berhad Compliance Committee or plan might necessitate a review. However, I think the membership of the committees is very aligned and sees eye to eye on things. So there likely wouldn't be a disagreement. I lastly serve on the Genting-Berhad committee along with another fellow board member, Kohan, whose appearance has been waived today, and the general counsel for Genting-Berhad, a woman named Go Lee Sion. And I found it to be a very beneficial group.
Well, again, my comments have nothing to do with you making the absolute right and ethical decisions. It's just structurally, and they thank you for how you've separated.
There is some
and
thought.
Before you answer, this might lead into it. Ms. Okerberg has already discussed a little bit about the consolidation of the compliance things and just what we're talking about now. And if you have any additional insight into how, somehow that might be woven together in a clear way or more traditional way, that would be great too. So I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. It was a very confusing structure when it first came through. You'll recall the Genting group got a preliminary finding of suitability prior to even starting the build on the property. So there was a 2-year period where the company was licensed and they were undergoing construction to build the property that you see today. And we actually required there to be 3 compliance committees: Genting-Berhad, an interactive manufacturing committee under an entity called Genting Nevada Interactive Gaming, and then of course the property level compliance plan. That was 7 years ago, more than 8 years ago now. And so the thought is now that we can probably streamline the operations of the various compliance activities and hopefully roll those into one committee. The membership of that committee hasn't been determined as of yet. But I'm hopeful that it will be sort of like the Lord of the Rings, one committee to rule them all.
Again, the structure has to allow for the best governance possible for for incredibly capable people to be able to do that function. And this, and thank you again for 8 pages of diagrams and charts and flow charts and, governance things. It's becoming clear, but yeah, this is, so complex that, anything that can be done to streamline efficiency, apply, all of those things would, I think, serve you all so you can do your job only better. And one question on see something, say something. Who would that employee go to? The AML committee or to the compliance committee?
Well, I would think, Commissioner Krolicki, that they could go to anyone, including their direct supervisor. It doesn't really matter who at this point. I think the culture that we're trying to build at the property is regardless of level where somebody sees something, they should be able to and be empowered to say something to anyone. And that will get reported up the chain, however it should work. As the governor mentioned, our sole focus, well, in addition to growing the business and making the business successful, our main focus is compliance, and hopefully that culture is replete throughout the company at this point.
What a concept. You have to run a business too, just while you do all of these other things. And I know we focus on that, but you've got your challenges as a business going forward. Well, I didn't think that this commission would spend 2 hours, as our gaming control board colleagues did, with all of you, because you're so well known. But what else could we do? But I very much appreciate your appearances today, your clarity, your decency, and you're just, you want to do it right. I mean, this is the fact, and as mentioned previously, you've sat on this side of the dais, so you know what we are concerned about, exceedingly well. And that is a priceless thing to bring to Kending Bearhard or Resorts World. In this case, I think Mr. Lem and Mr. Tan and their colleagues and ownership and board were incredibly wise to choose the pinnacle of gaming and ethics and moral authority in the state of Nevada, and put you in a place where you are empowered to do what's essential. So I love it. I didn't know that you two had known each other through a veterinary practice and family rounds. I mean, again, and I know that you're Andrew George, and I'll always think that when I say AG now. But as I told Governor Sandoval, I am just absolutely delighted for you, for Resorts World, that you have these responsibilities, because there's no doubt that you will do them exceedingly well. And they couldn't do any better than the folks I'm seeing today. So fully support your application.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Burnett. Like my colleagues have said, I have absolutely no concerns regarding your background. I did have a couple questions regarding, one regarding capacity for you. You serve on 5 compliance committees?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Do you serve on 5 compliance committees?
And no longer the homeowners association. Thank God, thank goodness.
Wise man.
That's correct, Commissioner.
My question, again, my concern is on compliance. Do you feel you're at capacity with now being, manager director for Resorts World in addition to these 5 committees? That's a lot.
I guess some might say it's a lot. I could probably do more, to tell you the truth. When I was at the Gaming Control Board, we had however many compliance plans to oversee and audit and control, upwards of 40, 45 or so, I would say. So no, for me, I think it's a good amount, and I'm very, very comfortable with it.
Yeah, I saw the number of hours that you're dedicating to each one, and obviously I'm sure that's the average when there's no issues going on. I think the capacity concern arose in my mind if something is happening with multiple companies at the same time. That's when I would get concerned about you having the capacity to really focus on the needs of any particular one.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the concern. And again, not to go back to my Gaming Control Board days, but I started the habit of getting up at 4 a.m. every morning and starting work. And a lot of times half of my day is done by 8 a.m. I pretty much work all the time, and it's
not when you're falling down mountains.
And yeah, when issues do arise within companies, it's not a lot different than my previous job as a gaming regulator, where you had upwards of 3,000 licensees where stuff was going on 24/7 that you had to handle. Here, certain things do happen. But it's never been a burden or a problem in terms of juggling any of those types of items.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the other question that I had, I don't know that it's necessarily for you. It could be for either one of you. With respect to audit, since you don't have an audit committee, how do audit findings and such get reported and dealt with at the board level?
Sure. We've mentioned Mr. Wheeler.
Right.
Several times. He's the head of internal audit at the property. And since we don't have an audit committee, it has been discussed, but we don't have one yet, simply because it's small and it's a privately held entity at this juncture. I've taken on the role of meeting with Mr. Wheeler on a monthly basis. He's also got a direct line to me in terms of communication. So if any issues or problems arise in the interim, or during any of his periodic audits that he's undertaking, that his team is undertaking, he can reach out to me, whether it's via email or phone, 24/7 in order to go over issues. In addition, he's got a very supportive board. And he does prepare reports that the board sees. I also see his internal audit data in terms of all the audits that he's got going on in the various departments. As you know, it's kind of a juggling act in terms of all the various audit cycles that are going on. And I discuss those with him in case he encounters any issues or needs any feedback or support from a board level. And he does communicate with the board, and has been said earlier by Governor Sandoval and Michelle DeTondo. There is that typical closed session whereby Mr. Wheeler meets with the board, and we can ask him questions in terms of how things are going with management, whether he's getting the support that he needs. And I'm happy to say that if he were testifying before you today, I think the answer would be yes. He's getting what he needs. He's got one more position to fill, I believe, that he's working on, and hopefully he can get a good qualified person for that position. But other than that, I think he's doing a great job. And I think he feels empowered to do what he needs to do and to speak honestly about whatever may be going on.
Okay, great. Well, it sounds like you're more, even though he reports to the entire board, you're the direct liaison between him and between the day-to-day audit activities.
Yes, that's right, Commissioner. And that's something that Carlos Castro is aware of, as are Lou Dorn, the GC, and Jennifer Roberts. I also meet with Ms. Roberts on a monthly basis as well, just to go over any compliance related issues that might be happening or cooking, if anything's simmering, so that we can
Does
triage matters.
I know that there's an audit in progress, so I realize the findings that the Game Control Board issued preliminarily aren't final, but would he be the one reviewing those findings to try to address them, at least internally, if there is any breakdown of the internal controls?
Yes, he would.
Okay.
Yes. And we've reviewed those results and are working on implementing all of those changes as necessary.
Okay, great. I don't have any other questions. I'm happy to support your application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Tagliani, just a follow-up question. Commissioner Solis Rainey asked some great questions. Who is the outside auditor for Las Vegas Resorts World?
Gosh darn it, I'm going to forget the name. It's not an E&Y.
Then I'm afraid to ask my follow-up because I think one of the most important things, whether you're certainly mandatory public company, but in a private company, that independent auditor or independent director speaking to the outside auditor, to have that channel, make sure, without staff present. But so because you just said that, I'm assuming that no one on the current board speaks directly to the outside auditor
As of yet,
audits presented.
I don't believe that there's been a direct communication line with the outside auditors, but that's probably because of the audit function and where we sit. However, I think if and when that time comes, there's going to be a lot of board interest in meeting with outside auditors.
And then we're talking about best management practice. That's one of the things on top of the pile. So I would expect that to be something that you do, that you want to do.
Yes, absolutely. We just haven't found ourselves in that part of the cycle yet.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, kind of following up on that, so who appoints the outside auditor? Is that not this board?
I don't know that the board has had occasion to do so. If that is the case, I can certainly find out what the internal
If you would, I mean, there's
procedures are.
generally either 1 or 2 year appointment, and the board is at some level is typically involved with the approval of that. So I would be interested to know.
I'd hate to make any mistakes in giving you an answer without knowing. I would imagine that it's C-suite approval with overall board sanctioning and endorsement.
Okay. And if you could just
we'll
get
find
back
out
to us,
for
that
you.
would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, just to add to that, the external auditor was in place before the board was implemented. And so we'll follow up and confirm what the go forward plan is for appointing and reviewing external auditors.
Thank you for that, Ms. Zuckerberg.
I appreciate everyone making the record about all your commitments. We always, do that when it comes to licensees, when they're on multiple boards. I will say, the thing that makes me completely comfortable is, it's just like any profession, right? If you're a 5-year judge, and then you're a 20-year judge, you're far more efficient. Your instincts are immediate. You see things right away. I say this about like retired judges and retired folks that were in a certain industry for a long time that, they've forgotten more than most first 5 years know. And so I'm completely comfortable that you have, decades that brings you to the point where your instincts are probably spot on and you can do, whatever compliance troubleshooting that anybody else could do in 1/8 the time because of that experience, right? And so I'm glad we made a record about that. I'm completely comfortable with and supportive of all your efforts. It makes our state gaming and our licensees better. So good for you.
Well, thank you for saying that. And I guess I couldn't have said it better than that. That's absolutely the case. Although I always have room to learn, room to grow, and I'm always trying to learn and see new things and follow what the Gaming Control Board and Commission are doing. You're absolutely right. I can't tell you how many times I have confronted an urgent crisis and said, I've seen that before.
Right.
Here's how we need to
Exactly.
handle it. Here's how it needs to go. It may be very, very difficult and painful, but this is how it's got to work.
Well, we are thankful for that. And so obviously, thank you for being here. We asked you a lot of questions. I'm sure you thought, how could they possibly ask another thing beyond what the board asked? But we appreciate you very much. And at this time, I would ask if there's nothing else, if one of my colleagues has a motion.
Do it.
Oh,
Madam.
well,
Oh.
I waived their appearance because they've been licensed before. That's okay. No, their appearances were waived because they've been licensed before and because of the very thorough presentation at the board meeting and the fact that it would be 2:30 in the morning there. Unless one of you have comments about either one of them or any questions for Ms. Okerberg about either one of them, I think it's time to consider a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the approval of non-restricted item 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you. Be about your business.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of JJVG Topco LLC to exercise convertible promissory notes as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of JJVG Holdings LLC to exercise convertible promissory notes as noted on the agenda and for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of JJVG Holdings LLC for a continuous approval to issue or redeem senior preferred non-voting membership interests to or from members found suitable by the Nevada Gaming Commission registered with the Nevada Gaming Control Board or that have received a waiver as an institutional investor. Lastly, you have the applications of JJVG Intermediate 2 LLC, JJVG Intermediate 3 LLC, JJVG Nevada Holdings LLC, J&J Ventures Gaming of Nevada LLC, Golden Route Operations LLC, and Sartini Gaming LLC to pledge membership interests as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to J&J. Here with me today from the company is the Chief Financial Officer, Ed Farrell. We provided an overview of the applications and spoke with the board about the positioning of the company, and we know that the commissioners have had an opportunity to watch that. So if it's okay in this case, what we would like to do, Madam Chair, is to provide just a very brief overview of the applications and then provide some highlights on the company and its financing.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We're before you today in connection with 3 primary categories of application. We have first a request for approval for equity pledges in connection with financing. Second, we have requested approval for the conversion of promissory notes into non-voting preferred equity. This would be to existing members who have been found suitable, registered, licensed, or hold an institutional investor waiver from the commission. And we've also requested approval for continuous issuance or redemption Of those non-voting preferred units to and from the members, again, individuals who have been found suitable, licensed, hold an institutional investor waiver, or are already registered. This will allow the company additional flexibility going forward in financing and in order to redeem as might be appropriate those interests that are held. With that, if there are no questions on the applications, I will turn it to Mr. Farrell, and he will speak with you a little bit more about the company and the financing.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners. Appreciate your time this morning. I'm Ed Farrell, Chief Financial Officer for J&J Gaming. I mentioned at the board meeting that J&J just finished 2025, which was a record year for our company. We had over $1.4 billion in total gaming revenue across all of our states at our 4 major markets. Highest EBITDA ever achieved for the company as well. Business outlook in 2026 continues to be very strong, off to a strong start. We have increases projected in all markets, including Nevada. Also mentioned at the board meeting that our acquisition of Curo, which most of these financing approvals relate to, was very important for the company. Curo is a longtime partner. We acquired it back in August of 25, but it's critical for several things. Curo held a lot of customer corporate relationships that are very important to the company, had a stellar sales team that we were able to retain and add to our company ranks, as well as it helped us to enter the Nebraska market, which is a new regulated distributed gaming market that we currently participate in and are building into one of our major jurisdictions. We continue to explore opportunities in distributed gaming throughout the U.S. We've got financial flexibility to take advantage of those opportunities as they arise, and where growth opportunities are presented. Again, I thank you for your time this morning and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. I'm going to open up to my colleagues for any questions or comments.
I'm sorry, I don't have any questions and comments. The materials and the presentation that you did before the board answered any questions that I had, but I'm happy to have you here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Farrell, good morning. Ms. Okerberg, hello again. Another complex application, but very simple in what it's trying to do. So, totally understand that. I do want to congratulate your company. The 1.4 billion is great. Can you give us a peek going forward? Any prognostications for the coming year?
Yeah, so we're continuing to grow in all 4 markets. We expect to be, over 1.5 going forward. The exciting opportunities come upon us kind of quickly because as new states embrace distributed gaming, which there's always a few that are looking at it, then all of a sudden we've got a new opportunity to expand, and really these relationships that we have with corporate customers put us in a position to where we'll be rapidly expanding as new jurisdictions come online. So nothing solid for 2026, but definitely hopeful in a few different places.
Your margins are holding strong.
Yes, they are. It's a good business. We have a lot of expertise at executing, so it's a model that we can repeat. So it's definitely.
And the last question is, again, it's complex just because of all of the different pieces and all the different entities. And as CFO, where do you live? Los Angeles?
No, my house is in Memphis, Tennessee. Our office is in Effingham, Illinois, which is about a 4-hour drive. So I have an apartment in Effingham. I live there Monday through Friday, and I live in Memphis on the weekends typically.
Okay.
I also have been in Las Vegas 5 times since the beginning of the year. It's only February, so my mother was here. So luckily I think
you said there are 600 employees here in Nevada.
What's that?
The company has 600 employees here.
We do.
That's great, and mostly here. But you said you had about 100 up north, I think, too.
Correct.
How do you report? I mean, Mr. Willenborg, as your CEO, but do you report to the board or the different entities?
Yes, well, I mean, from a day-to-day basis, our CEO is my direct boss. We do quarterly board meetings with essentially our ownership group, which is Mr. Willenborg himself is one of our key owners. Oak Tree Capital is a 50%, in excess of 50% owners. We meet with that group quarterly for formal board meetings, but we have weekly meetings with them to discuss the status of the business and the direction of.
But because they're private equity, it's passive ownership there. Okay.
It is.
No, again, I appreciate the consolidation and, it's a big puzzle that you're all putting together, but it makes sense. It's compelling and I support today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Without any specific detail, I'm not asking specifically. I'm just curious, does the revenue by operating segment that you kind of referenced overall, does the breakdown surprise you? I mean, as far as performance by segment? Was it
Not
surprising this
really.
year in any way?
No, it not really. I mean, we've had our Illinois business, which is a good majority of our revenue for 11 years. So it's a business that we've developed through sales and through acquisitions, and we're very comfortable with it. Our three newest jurisdictions, which include Nevada, Montana, and Nebraska, they're all kind of similar size markets, different set of rules. But we made acquisitions and we've done organic sales with our eyes open, and we've been able to perform just how we expected.
So Montana, nothing surprising about those numbers. Nevada, nothing surprising about that. I was just curious.
No, I think that, ultimately, we continue to look for more opportunities on the acquisition side in both Montana and Nevada. We've done one acquisition in Nevada, which actually is one of the pledge that we're getting approved here. But I would say no shocks, but hopefully we'll, continue as the Vegas kind of rebounds, the numbers will be better and we'll have more opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here again. I just wanted, it's straightforward. I'm of course going to support your application. I had a quick question on, and it's kind of dovetailing off of what Commissioner Krolicki said. Is there anything that you could share with us about this acquisition, which could lead to, say, future locations for J&J, or where distributed gaming would be introduced in, say, South Dakota, Georgia, or Pennsylvania? Is there anything publicly that, I know you mentioned nothing in 2026, anything down the line that you guys are looking at that you could discuss on the record?
We're open to any jurisdiction that's legal. So, and actually not just legal, but regulated effectively. We've looked at Georgia. They do have a regulation and a governing body, but it's not necessarily, in our view, an effectively regulated state, because a lot of the operators just operate outside the regulations, and we're unwilling to do that. So, we're always looking for the best opportunity for our company. New jurisdictions with a good footprint from our current corporate clients are the most exciting to us. And we're a fairly big company with a lot of resource, but it is still limited. So we're always going to focus our efforts on what we think is the best opportunity. And hopefully that's a new state eventually that really doesn't have any distributed gaming. And there's several of those that are always looking at putting in a statute.
And this might be one for Ms. Okenberg. From our material litigation section and the investigative reports, I just didn't know if you were able to elaborate at all on the Illinois push tax litigation with JJVG. That was mentioned it's on page 11 of ours, but I was just wondering if there was anything more that you could elaborate on that.
Commissioner Silver, I have motioned for Mr. Goodrich to come up and share what he can as it relates to that litigation.
Jamal Goodrich, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, I'm Deputy General Counsel and Compliance Officer for JJVG at this time for the push tax litigation. As we stated previously, that is industry-wide litigation. All of industry participants essentially have the same issue. There are no material updates, essentially the same as it was when we made our initial presentation.
I just wanted to see if anything had come up. All right, thank you so much.
There being no other questions or comments, I believe this item is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your appearance today. Madam Secretary, that brings us to the next agenda item. If you could please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Poker Palace Investments LLC doing business as Club Fortune Casino North for a non-restricted gaming license, including a racebook and sports pool, for licensure to conduct off-track parimutuel race wagering, and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. You also have the application of GR Regency Gaming LLC for licensure as a member and manager. Lastly, you have the application of Truckee Gaming LLC to add, remove, or modify conditions. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Truckee Gaming LLC and Poker Palace Investments LLC, which does business as Club Fortune Casino North in North Las Vegas, which was formerly known as the Poker Palace Casino. With me today to my right is Farron Zoni, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Truckee Gaming LLC. Also with me is Pete McHugh, who is the Chief Operating Officer for Truckee Gaming LLC. As you know, we appeared before the board and commission in September of last year for virtually the same approvals. That had to do with trying to get the transaction consummated so that we could seek a temporary closure and shut the property down for a very aggressive remodel of the property. And the approvals were granted. The transaction was consummated on October 1st of 2025. The temporary closure was put in place and the remodel was commenced. During that time, the board staff continued its investigation because it was abbreviated in the first time around. And that's what brings us here today. The property is going to reopen in April. Happy to walk you through the transaction that we covered in September or answer questions. As you know from your agenda, there's also some warrant changes, condition changes on the agenda. I'm happy to walk the commission through that as well.
I would ask my colleagues, does anybody request a walkthrough or can we go to questions? I think we're going to questions. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
I'm happy to start if I may. Thank you for being here. April is coming up pretty quick. When is the hiring process going to restart if it hasn't already?
Part of the process has already started. In fact, with Farron Zoni for the record, with Truckee Gaming. We're going to start with trying to rehire as many of the previous employees that were there. We made a condition with them that as we got closer, about 30 days before opening is when we will bring them on. First group that we'll go through were the employees that were with us before, try to fill as many positions with them as we can, and then from there open it to general.
How many employees total do you think you'll need?
Yeah, I think for the reopen will probably be around 100, which may be a little bit heavier than what it would run into. Previously, when Poker Palace was open, they had a full table games operation that employed probably about another 25 employees. We are not going to open that. We're going to be more centered on slots, race, and sports. So that'll probably bring us in about 25 employees less.
Okay. Well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of excitement. I mean, it's the gutting of this very old place is going to be big news in North Las Vegas. I'm sure it's going to be beautiful.
I think for someone and I'll say it again because it went over so well before. And you got to understand that when Mickey started I think it was the Bunny Bar back in the 50s and his vision growing this property, which he did, and he did a wonderful job over the years. But if you were to see it when we acquired it, if Excalibur and Circus had a baby, that's what it looked like. I mean, it's been a major renovation, and like anything, even when you do a house, you find that there are a lot of things that are under the ground and in the walls that you just go, okay, we got to fix that while we're here. And it's delayed the process a little bit more than we would like, but we're pretty enthused to get it open in April.
Great. Have you identified the property general manager or?
Yes, the GM is currently our number 2 and director of marketing at our Club Fortune property in Henderson. He'll be preparing and coming forward for licensing as a key employee on it. But he's someone that we've known and has been part of our team for several years.
Great. Well, I wanted to commend you on offering the former employees kind of first shot at coming back to their home away from home. I'm sure a lot of them will be excited to be back in the neighborhoods if they live nearby. It's a lot more convenient. So I appreciate your company doing that for them. I didn't have any concerns or questions regarding the rest of the transaction. It seemed pretty straightforward, and I'm happy to support it.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Zoni, always a pleasure. Mr. Alonso, Mr. McHugh. Whenever I see Mr. Zoni, I still have to give him a shout out for his public service on the Nevada Commission on Tourism for so many years. You live and breathe it, and you give back to it, and that's in character and always fun to watch to see what you're doing next. My comments probably track Commissioner Solis Rainey some more. You said about 30 days out, and if it's April 1st was your date, you're like 33 or 4 days out. So
we're getting close.
So early next week you'll be. So is that April 1 date a little bit tough?
It will be in April, probably not April 1st. I would say
I wrote down April 1st, so it's
okay. Well, then you might
I'm
want
using
to
your
correct
own
that
words.
search. But I'm targeting right now mid-April to get it going. So for management positions, we already are out soliciting and filling some of the positions. I think we probably have about 8 of the positions already filled.
And I know you had the gentleman from Henderson who will be the key employee in the audience at the Gaming Control Board. Is he here today?
No, he's not.
What's his name?
Why am I Pete? Help me. Corey,
Corey Uisono, Pete McHugh for the record. Corey Uyesono.
Russo. Yeah.
We'll look forward to becoming better acquainted with him and the employees that you are rehiring from Poker Palace. I think you said the seniority, if you will be maintained should they decide to come back.
Yes, they'll retain their seniority previously and will be at a similar or better rate of pay.
Good.
That was
but this application's clear to me. Good on you. You spent some money on the refurbish. That's always a pleasure. I know the warrants certainly make sense, and I appreciate you needing to come back here and make those adjustments. But delighted to support your application today, and it's always a pleasure to see you.
Sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Zoni. Thank you for being here, Mr. McHugh, and congratulations. I'm curious about the launch, the marketing effort, and what thoughts you have to reintroduce a product like this, obviously, in the location. Could you share any of those details with us?
I think that in the initial, we have had a very successful run with Club Fortune in Henderson over the years, and a very established plan there, which we will mirror in North Las Vegas for us. So it's similar programs. In fact, the player card will be able to be used at both. Rewards will be able to be shared. We don't see a huge crossover geographically between the two, but we have kind of a playbook that we've been successful with here that we will mirror at Club Fortune North.
And the pari-mutuel will be something new in that area.
It is.
Which will be perhaps an excellent magnet.
we're very happy to partner at this property with Boomers. They have been very aggressive. Joe is here today and we will speak more to it later, but Poker Palace previously had a very successful run with betting horses. They had been, and with that, we said that was something we wanted to give a try, keep it going. And despite the fact that I guess overall nationally, horse racing has started to slow down a bit, they had a very robust amount of horse business that we hope to continue, and we'll make that go. And Joe and his team know that side of the business well, and we think that that'll be a nice addition to the property there.
It certainly will be. No hesitation of supporting you all today, and congratulations on your efforts. And as Commissioner Krillicki said, April is creeping up. It won't be the first, it will be the middle. Thank you, Mrs. Zoni. Ms. McHugh, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is really obviously straightforward. And I did see that you had 72 full-time employees and 12 part-time employees before. And those would be the ones that you would be bringing back or trying to bring back, right?
Correct.
All right.
As long as
And-
if they have interest, we'll have a position for them.
And geographically, I know you said they're not geographically close, but that your player cards would work also with the Henderson property. But you also have the 12 locations throughout Nevada. Would those player cards still work throughout Nevada?
If they want to
wanna
venture,
run
if
up
they want
there
to come up to Reno, Sparks, Fallon, Fernley, all you bet.
So they do work in all
Yes.
12.
Yeah, we link our systems.
And then finally, I liked your analogy to Excalibur and Circus Circus having a baby. But I like Bunny Bar too, the name, and I was thinking Bad Bunny Bar. You could have just, right?
There will be a little bit
It's
of
pretty
nostalgia.
popular, Bad Bunny now, so I was sad to see that name go, but thank you so much for being here in person.
Thank you.
The Bad Bunny Bar, why not?
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions or comments. I would appreciate you being here and available to answer these questions. It's pretty exciting, and I look forward to seeing it. I hope I get that opportunity. I don't know if, I believe it's ripe for a motion if nobody has any additional questions or comments.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been asked to take a brief comfort break. It is 11:32. If we could come back at 11:40 and not make the principal call the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, thank you. We're reconvened in the meeting. Madam Secretary, I believe our next agenda item that we need to have read into the record is non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Anthony Russo II for licensure as a key employee at Gaming Entertainment Nevada LLC, doing business as Grand Lodge Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a disclosure. Although I do not believe I am required by law to make this disclosure out of full transparency and out of an abundance of caution, I wish to disclose that the CEO of Full House, to which Mr. Anthony Russo directly reports to, is Mr. Dan Lee. My disclosure is that Mr. Dan Lee and his family have been close family friends of my family for many years. Notwithstanding this relationship with the CEO of Full House, I do not have a pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, nor do I even know Mr. Russo. I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship disclosed on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of Full House Resorts, which with me to my right is Tony Russo. This is Mr. Russo's first licensure in Nevada. So if it's acceptable to you, I thought I'd turn it over to him to provide a bio, and then we could proceed to questions.
Would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Madam Chairman, Board, Madam Secretary, pleasure and honor to return here from a couple of weeks ago. This is my first licensing in Nevada. To give you my background, it's not going to be near as extensive bio-wise as the people we've had up there before. So I'm very humbled to be here. I went to UNLV and I finished at the University of Missouri Columbia with my college career. I've been in the gaming industry for over 3 decades, and I hold license or have held license in 5 different states, and hopefully this will be the 6th. So I'm very short bio and open to any questions you have.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. And it's always great for us to have the opportunity to meet licensees in person. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments.
Certainly, I could start with just an observation and then thank you for being here. And don't be concerned about the very long backgrounds of many of the other people we've seen today, but you certainly have a colorful background too. And I'd love to hear a bit more about the transition from your baseball early days. You were on a baseball, you were drafted in the minor league team?
Yes, I
Well,
was,
we need to
I
know
was
which
drafted in 87 by the St. Louis Cardinals.
At age 7?
No, in 87.
Oh, I was gonna say. it's
Yeah, at age
ridiculous.
7, I was a
87.
prodigy.
That's why we
I
have
had a
that's why we
95
have
mile
microphones for deaf people like me.
No, I was drafted in 87.
Wow.
I played in the minor leagues for the Cardinals. Then I played with the Kansas City Royals, and I actually coached in the big leagues for a short time with them. Deciding to move on with a real life career, I got offered a position working for what is now Argosy out of Alton, Illinois. It was a gaming boat on the river, and I started as a dice dealer. So I've worked my way up through every aspect of being a dealer, a boxman, a floorman, a pit manager, assistant shift, the director. So I've seen all levels. I've been fortunate enough to be in corporate with Station Casinos, Pinnacle Entertainment, Harrah's. Also worked for Tribal Gaming for Choctaw, which we had 6 casinos, 16 slot houses out of Oklahoma. And then most recently, I came from Thunder Valley and Lincoln, California, which is one of the top 5 casinos in the country. Big EBITDA aspect, 3,500 slot machines, poker room, bingo hall. So very big background. Had to work for Mr. Lee in the past. So when the opportunity became available, this is a very small, intimate property. But because of knowing the background with Mr. Lee and Jeff Babinski, who's one of our GMs at one of our major properties, made it comfortable for me to make the transition to the GM spot there at the Hyatt North Lake. And it's no real downfall with how beautiful the place is to be up there. So I enjoy it immensely. And I think we have a lot of opportunity there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Russo. Very interesting. And did you say you have about 80 to 100 team members?
Yeah, we fluctuate a little between 80 is where we're at, small, intimate. I'm fortunate enough from the aspect that I can focus on the casino industry because I do not have the hotel or food and beverage. So I can focus. The intimacy of it is great because I have a lot of impromptu meetings with my leadership team. And then I know how important it is to the board with the Title 31 and the AML. I have a committee that I meet with every month, and we discuss SARs and CTRs and MTLs. And in my last meeting with the honorable judge in the back, he pointed out how important it was to not only follow through with the paperwork that's necessary, but are you following through with doing the right thing with the people that are being going through the process. So my team is very intimate. We talk about it in my meetings. I have my leadership of operations, my leadership of surveillance, and my cage managers. So we're all aware of what needs to be done on that aspect.
That's excellent. Do you have much difficulty in recruiting in that area? Or?
So yes, I've only been there for 6 months. And I hear that it is difficult because the majority of our staff comes from the Carson City, Reno area. It is kind of expensive to live in Incline Village, and then they deal with the snow aspects. But I think we have some legacy employees that we have a dealer that just celebrated 50 years with that casino, another one that has 47. So we are doing everything. It's a very attractive casino. We bring in good players, and the staff does well. And now that I've taken over, we're looking to ensure that the labor utilization is better, which will be better for the company overall, but also for the dealers that are working on tip positions because it won't be dispersed from people just standing around doing nothing.
That's excellent to hear of the progress, Mr. Russo, and you have a strong background, and I have no hesitation in supporting you. Also, after watching your presentation to the Gaming Control Board and the grilling from Judge Assad to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Go
I
ahead.
was just
Go
gonna
ahead.
go next since I was sitting next to him. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here too. And it is a gorgeous property. All of the judges used to go up there for what we called our summit, which was once every 4 years, where every judge in the state would go up there. And that was one of the properties that I know we had just stayed at before, and it really is beautiful. So congratulations for being in such an amazing scenic property. And I was going to ask you, when you mentioned Pinnacle, what years were you at Pinnacle? And is that when you worked for Dan Lee or became acquainted with Dan Lee?
Yes, I started with Dan Lee. I actually was on the ground floor of opening the Lumiere property in downtown St. Louis when it was just a dirt floor. Then I was involved in the opening of River City and South County. So I've been involved in writing internal controls and SOPs and things of that nature. So that's when I started. Then I think, was it 2000? Maybe 2000, when Nielsen and Ameristar took over the property. I actually ended up moving from River City back over to the St. Charles property in Missouri. So it's a long career. So trying to remember every year is hard always. But yeah, those are the years that I was there. And like I said, at that time, being more of a frontline employee, I didn't have as many interactions as Dan as I do now. But because of Jeff and because of Dan being there, it just made it a comfortable opportunity for me to come over and take on the opportunities here with this company.
Well, that makes sense. So this will be your first time being licensed here in Nevada.
Correct.
And you were at UNLV what years? Because you went over to the leagues in '87, but what years were you there? Because I was there too.
I was bragging on the last meeting because I got asked this baseball question also.
Right.
I left there in '86. So I was there playing with your Carson City boy, Matt Williams.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, I was there in '86. I graduated in '86 from UNLV
yes,
too.
So yes,
we were there together, and you were our
that's-
baseball team.
That's funny. Yeah,
Well,
it's a lot of improvements to the stadium now. It's beautiful. And I don't think we've ever lost a game in the Thomas and Mack Center when I was there.
That's
in
right.
those years.
It's amazing. So, well, thank you. It's, I mean, I fully support your application. You're very, very impressive. So thank you for coming here today.
Appreciate
it. Mr. Russo, welcome, and it's a pleasure to see you. We actually have several, a nexus or two in common. I'm a St. Louis, born and raised kind of kid. And
What high school did you go to?
Which is the question if you're from Missouri, upper, university means nothing. I'm a Parkway West Longhorn. Go West is best.
I was a McClure Comet,
There
North
you
County
go.
boy.
Now it's quite the place, and I'm sure you like the Italian food of South St. Louis and Ted
Hill.
custard and hopefully Lion's Choice as well. It's a way of life. But I also live up at the lake, so the Hyatt is a property that I go to regularly for lots of different reasons. But boy, if the Judge has been going up, I don't know if you've been there lately, but the beautiful Lone Eagle Grill, all of that literally within like a day was raised and is gone.
Yes.
So Mr. Ellison, I think, bought the property for $350 million and is putting in another $100 million. So I can't wait to see. I mean, he wants an ultra luxury resort. So that can only be a good thing for you. And you may need to put in some, high end tables. But with all of that, but how does that affect you? I know you have a lease, you pay the Hyatt, or Mr. Ellison's company, whatever he's calling it now, a flat fee every year. But with the shutdown of the restaurant, and the Lone Eagle, and some of the other construction delays, which are going to go on for some time, how does that affect you in the gaming side?
So obviously with the foot track, I wasn't there with the Lone Eagle, but everything I hear about the
It was
foot traffic and
spectacular.
the people that went through there. And then obviously it would be great to have the cottages because that was a big draw for some of our higher end players to come out, stay on the beach and then frequent our casino. So are there, some people would call challenges? I look at it as opportunities. Hopefully in 27, they'll be completed there. The weather is cooperating, so maybe they'll be ahead of schedule. So we're all excited about when it does get to completion because they will be doing renovation also in the hotel. But I personally believe Mr. Lee sent me up there to have a relationship with the leadership of the Hyatt, right? And we've had discussions about the contracts that were signed prior to me arriving to now some of the restrictions that we've seen flow live, and they've worked with me well. They've given me discounts in restaurants. They've actually have froze my rent for 2 years for the construction as far as extending it out further, because in the contract, they would increase it based on the annual contract, and they froze those increases. So nothing great, but at least it's a win, and they understand that we're a partnership and what we can do. When I can bring players in and big players in, that benefits them too from the restaurants and things of that nature. So labor has been a concern of mine to make sure that the utilization is accurate because you've been there. It's more of a property that's a 4 or 5 o'clock at night where the business will roll in because during the day, people are playing or people are skiing and they're hiking and they're boating. So we're getting things in line to be ready for them when they come in to make sure our tables are well staffed and that they have all the amenity access that they look forward to having. So I look at it as opportunity.
And I absolutely agree. Again, Mr. Ellison is, you have something that's unbelievably gorgeous. If you decide to do something else with it, I can't wait to see what's going to be there in the next few years. So I agree. I think it's going to be an incredible opportunity for the Grand Lodge in that space, but it's got to be tough when even the beach is closed. I mean, they're taking people to Sand Harbor now. I do need to talk about baseball a little bit more just because I'm a fan. I don't get to do it very often. But Matt Williams, so I'm on the Douglas County. You're Washoe County over at the Hyatt. But Douglas County reveres him. I mean, he's one of our. But how did you play together?
So I played for Fred Dallimore there. I went on a full ride scholarship as a pitcher, and Matt was our shortstop at that time. When he got drafted by the Giants, he went to third base. He was a little tall, skinny kid in college. And then he bulked up when he got.
We had good hope for him, but he did so well with the Giants. And you got drafted by the Cardinals. So did you go to? Was it Louisville? Is a farm team?
So my first place I went to was the New York Penn League. So I played up in Pennsylvania, but I went through their system. I played in the South Atlantic League. If you've seen the movie Bull Durham, I played in a lot of those aspects. I was fortunate enough to help in the making of the movie Major League. If you've ever seen that with Charlie Sheen and Behringer.
So how much fun.
Baseball has been awesome for me. I think the reason that I've been able to be successful in the industry that we're in now is because as an athlete, we're competitive. We don't like to lose. We want to be our best. So we're self-disciplined. So it was a great transition for me coming from baseball into this industry.
Right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed. At the time, I wish I was left-handed because if you threw 85 miles an hour and was a left-hander back in the 80s, you had it made. So
I feel George Assad like coming over the top, wanting to ask more baseball.
Yeah, questions. I threw in the upper 90s, but that was the temperature. So that's my claim to fame.
I appreciate you indulging the digression, but I think it is very indicative of you and your abilities to run the operation, and it's an intimate place. So the relationships with the clientele, a lot of people are just coming back, so they are regulars, and I'm sure they will savor the opportunity to spend time with you. But again, I wish you nothing but the best of luck. You got a stunning spot in which to do it, And look forward to, whenever Mr. Ellison finishes whatever it is that he's doing, I can't wait to come back over and enjoy it and come over and say hi.
That would be awesome.
Cheers.
Mr. Russo, thank you for being with us.
Thank
I just had one question. What is the Director of Operational Excellence? What position is that? Is that?
So a lot of people, and they didn't like to hear this, but I have background degrees in Lean Six Sigma. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's basically operational excellence. At Thunder Valley, I was more of a consultant because I had a background in poker and gaming operations and player development. So what I would do is I would work with the different departments to ensure that we could eliminate non-value added steps and processes. So I would do things that were called Kaizens, and we would sit in boardrooms and find out what are the best steps, what are the most efficient steps that we can perform to ensure that we're putting the best to the bottom line, but also giving our guests, internal guests being our employees, and our external guests the best experience they can have. Because I've had this conversation multiple times. People feel like in the gaming industry, oh, you got to get these players in and you got to win this money. And that's not what it's all about to me. I think it's built in for us from a gaming aspect. I think it's all about the experience. So it's about bringing people in and making sure that they enjoy whether they win or lose, and that gets them the return to the property, because that's our business, is based on that residual business. So that's where the operational excellence background comes in.
Okay. And did you work principally with gaming departments, or did you work across all the?
I worked with
departments
all the departments. I worked with hotel leadership, gaming leaders, whether it was poker, whether it was table games, whether it was slots, food and beverage, all the departments.
Okay, great. I don't have any other questions. I mean, your background was pretty straightforward, and you're obviously qualified for the position. It looks like it's your first opportunity to be a general manager, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
buck
but
stops
like-
with you.
So I like it. The decision was made, once again, I bring up because I know people that were with the company. I was very happy where I was at Thunder Valley, beautiful weather in California also, but being up here in Incline is, like you said, you wake up every day and it doesn't matter whether it's snow or whether it's sunshine. I think it gets to be about 85 degrees up there. It's just beautiful. And the property being small and intimate, we have made changes on our floor just to expose the brick and the atmosphere in the casino itself.
Well, good luck. I wish you success, and it looks like you're taking some good steps to make the most out of the property. So good luck with that.
Appreciate it.
I don't have any additional questions. I support I concur in my colleagues' comments and support your application. And so at this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues, any one of them, if they have a motion.
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 4, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here
Thank you for
today.
your time.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, at this time, if you could please read in non-restricted number 5 and non-restricted number 6 together. And I assume Commissioner Silver will make her disclosure incorporated by reference?
Yes.
Okay.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Full House Resorts, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Full House Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to order of registration. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on these items.
Thank you, Chair. Just would incorporate by reference the disclosure I made from non-restricted item 4 would apply to both 5 and 6 as well.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Again, Sean McGinnis with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of Full House Resorts. To my right is Louis Fenger, the President, Chief Financial Officer, and Treasurer of Full House Resorts. These two items are fairly straightforward. Item 5 is a shelf renewal to renew the shelf order that Full House has with the Commission. They qualify under Reg 16. They're traded on NASDAQ and they have a stockholders equity of approximately 14 million. So they meet the Reg 16 requirement. The amendment to the order of registration is also pretty simple. Full House sold Stockman's Casino in Fallon last March. And so they no longer own it. So we took this opportunity to just clean up the order of registration to remove the references to Stockman's Casino. And with that, Mr. Fanger is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Welcome. I guess I'll start with, I started over here, so I'll start over here. Do either of you have any questions or comments?
Mr. Fender, hi, good to see you. Certainly watched your conversation with the Gaming Control Board. The property developments in Colorado and Illinois, I know have been taking a lot of time, significant monies, but this all makes sense. You have no plan to use the shelf, should it be approved here, but it's there if you need it, correct?
You are correct, yes. It's such a volatile time that having the shelf in place is very helpful and appreciated, but currently no plans to use it.
Yeah. And what's the market cap of the company?
Currently, we're around $100 million.
Excellent. No, it's all straightforward. It's prudent. I do the same thing and I fully support your application today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And if we're speaking about item number 6 as well, same.
Yes, for the record, all the questions and comments are related to 5 and 6. If you have any, Commissioner Solis Rennie?
I don't have any questions. Thank you. I was comfortable with both.
Any on this side?
I did have one, Mr. Fanger. The differentiators for the casino in Colorado, and you had briefly touched on it. It was touched on in the Gaming Control Board, but can you give me a bit more color? I'd like to understand that a bit better.
And I apologize.
The gaming differentiators for the property in Colorado versus the other properties, and you'd alluded there were some, but I'm not that familiar with them. Could you tell us what is the differences?
Yeah, well, it's a very beautiful property. So what we built in Colorado, Dan and I both used to work for Steve Wynn. So we bring what we call Steve Wynn-ish imagination to a lot of these regional markets. And so when we were building the place in Colorado, what exists there currently are properties that were built when you had a maximum bet of $5 per hand. And so not a surprise if you can only bet $5 per hand to build a 4 or 4.5 star building was not very prudent. And fast forward to today, those restrictions have gone away. We are the first property to really open in Cripple Creek, Colorado by Colorado Springs in that post getting rid of the bet limits world. And so what we built is what I would say a very Steve Wynn-like property in terms of its imagination. So it is a very beautiful, I call it a jewel box. It is, I think, stunning from head to toe. We have a spa. There's no spa at any other place in town. We have a 300-room hotel. We have half the room product in the whole town is in our one building. We have a gym, which I think there may be one other gym in town, but nonetheless, we have a very large gym. And so you go through the list of things. It is just a wondrous property that we built. And so it's truly a 4.5 star building in a town where everything else is just kind of by design is 1.5 star, 2 star product. So it does stand out very, very well.
So the max bet limits, $5 has gone away.
They have gone, thankfully.
Well, if
yes.
they Steve Wynn-ish, what does that mean? 500s? No, 100s, 50s? Just curious.
Yeah, no. A typical bet for us, it's not unlike Las Vegas where typical bets are going to be, $50 a hand, $75 a hand, but we can take bigger business. So as an example, there's a player that I have in mind that I have dinner with sometimes. She will come in and gamble, I don't know, in a typical year, maybe $500,000, $1 million. That business never existed before because it couldn't exist before. There wasn't product there that would entice her to come to our town. And so she really didn't gamble very often. Now she does. And so we're getting a lot more of that play that never existed before.
Impressive. Thank you for that. Yeah. Be careful what you said. Don't mention your names here in front of like Mr. Zoni is still here and Mr. McHugh, and they got their own hotels too. Thank you. But thank you for that. Good luck going forward. No hesitation in supporting you all with these two today.
Very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, he stole my thunder because I was going to ask about the Colorado property. I was following it on social media for the grand opening and it looked amazing. So I was going to ask you, tell me about the Colorado property. But I also saw, when you say Steve Winnish kind of properties, I saw in the investigative materials that Todd Lenahan was your interior designer throughout it. So I can only imagine how fabulous.
We
this property- this
love
property-
Todd. Todd did not do Colorado, but he did do Grand Lodge for us, Tony Russo's place up in northern up by Lake Tahoe. We love Todd, and I know he's at Wynn now with a very good job, but so we miss him. We can't use him anymore.
He just did
Unfortunately.
Pisces. Yeah, I presided over his wedding, so I was surprised to see that in there. I didn't realize he was the interior designer for it, so I can only imagine how beautiful it is. Well, congratulations, and again, thank you for being here.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, unless we have any additional questions or comments, I do not. This appears to be in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted items number 5 and 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board. And on number 6, I believe the order of registration is it's the draft 1 dated January 16th, 2026.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and then the order for number 5 is draft 1 also dated January 16th.
Yep, there's only one
2026.
draft. Yep, on both
Okay,
of them.
perfect. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Madam Secretary, that I believe brings us to non-restricted number 7. If you could read that into the record, please.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Boomer's Sportsbook LLC, doing business as Boomer's Sportsbook, doing business at Grand Lodge Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Grand Lodge Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Gaming Entertainment Nevada LLC, doing business as Grand Lodge Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering, operated by Boomer's Sportsbook, doing business at Grand Lodge Casino, Racebook, and Sports Pool. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, just a quick disclosure, the same that I would incorporate by reference what I've already disclosed in non-restricted agenda item 4 to this as well, since Full House is involved with Grand Lodge. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman, Judge. My name is Joe Asher. I'm the President and CEO of Boomer's Sportsbook, Nevada's only independent sportsbook. Our first application today is for Boomers to operate a race and sportsbook at the Hyatt Grand Lodge in Incline Village. And joining me today is Louis Fanger, who you met on the previous matters, along with Sean McGinnis, the operators of the property, of gaming at the property. With your approval, this would be our first sportsbook in the Lake Tahoe area. The Hyatt, as you've heard, is the premier property in Lake Tahoe in the Incline Village. This will be a staff location with 2 betting kiosks adjacent to the counter. I was imprecise at the board meeting. I said at least 1, but the plan is for 2 kiosks. The original plan, as I laid out at the board meeting, was for Boomers to open this location on March the 1st, right after William Hill departs. However, we've recently learned that William Hill may be leaving on February the 27th, in which case we would seek to open on the 28th so that there is no lapse in service to the Hyatt's customers. There will be some construction work done on the counter and a freshening of the area. And as you know from our prior meetings, Boomers offers a $250 mobile sign-up match. In addition to the sign-up offer, Boomers offers better value to the customers with our aggressive pricing strategy. Football season's over, so we don't have the -105 on all NFL games and better paying parlay cards right now, but we still encourage everyone to check the price before they wager, compare our pricing and our parlay payouts to what the competition offers, and then bet where you get the best value. And we're continuing with our point spread insurance promotion on select basketball games and our backjack promotion on all Golden Knights games. will resume hopefully tomorrow now that the Olympic break is resumed. And I think ICO will play in Washington tomorrow night. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So I'll just ask our Attorney General. There's no starting on the 1st, starting on the 28th. It doesn't affect any motion that we would make, right? We have our conditions. It's once we approve it, they're
Correct.
good, right?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make a record of that. So thank you. Thank you for being here again, and we appreciate always the opportunity to speak with you. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments.
Mr. Finger, Mr. McGinnis, and Mr. Asher will get a reserved seat for you here. You've been here on such a regular basis. I just had questions about the kiosk. Now it's kiosk because I had noted that, but I think 3 full-time employees you had mentioned at the property, and we all said is the gorgeous Hyatt Lake Tahoe. What are the hours going to be? I know they're limited hours, but the kiosk, your app is 24/7, but what are the hours for the staff? And I assume the kiosks are 24 hours a day.
Yes, Commissioner Krolicky, the hours do vary by the season and as there is seasonality, but broadly speaking, the sportsbook would open around 10 a.m. or so, except during football season. On weekends, you might open earlier, but absent that, ballpark 10 a.m. And then in the evening, you would go to 6, 7, 8 o'clock or so, depending on the sports calendar, maybe a little bit later in Lake Tahoe, given what I think it was Mr. Russo said about a later arriving crowd into the casino. The kiosks and the app would be available after that.
And forgive me for asking that I don't know this, but more of a broad question. So a kiosk can be 24/7, but I mean, if something happens or it fails or malfunction, I mean, what happens if you don't have somebody on your team? How was that addressed?
Well, there's surveillance on over the kiosk. If there was something happened, somebody lost money inserting it in the bill acceptor or something of that nature, they would, if the sports book itself is closed, they'd go and tell a casino employee, and then when our staff arrived back on the scene, we'd be able to address it or review the footage from surveillance as necessary.
But Mr. Russo's team would be trained to handle if there's a malfunction or some issue with a kiosk and your team is not there. They'd be trained to be able to address the situation.
Well, if it's literally just resetting the kiosk, there was a power failure, internet connectivity was lost. Yes, anything beyond that, it would wait until we were able to address it.
Okay, thank you for indulging that. Just curious. No, that's all I have. It's straightforward and support.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay, there being none, it's in proper form for a motion. Do we have one?
Madam Chair, I move for approval. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
And any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and there are none opposed. Thank you very much. That brings us, Madam Secretary, to having you read in non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Boomer Sportsbook LLC, doing business as Boomer's Sportsbook, doing business at Stockman's Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Stockman's Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Clarity Game Opco LLC, doing business as Stockman's Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering, operated by Boomer Sportsbook, doing business as Stockman's Casino, Racebook and Sports Pool. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. My name is Joe Asher, and I'm the President and CEO of Boomer Sportsbook. Our second application today is for Boomers to operate a race and sports book at Stockman's in Fallon. This will be a kiosk-only location. Joining me today is David Ross, who along with Mike Gahn Jr. is one of the controlling owners of the property. With your approval, this would be our first sports book in Fallon. I happen to know the property in a different way as I'm a small owner of it, and I've seen firsthand all of the work that David and Mike are putting into the property. The plan is for Boomers to open this location on May the 1st, right after William Hill departs. I won't repeat the sign-up offers and promotions that I just mentioned in the last application, but will simply add that getting Boomers into many of these smaller communities in Nevada as we can, in addition to the Las Vegas and Reno areas, has been part of the Boomers business plan from the start, and I'm looking forward to being in Fallon soon. So thank you again for the opportunity to appear, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do any of you have any questions or comments?
Well, it looks like Boomers is booming. I just had a quick question. Maybe that's because you're a small part owner, but it looked like from the last agenda item, you know, Boomers is responsible up in Grand Lodge, and it looks, wait, am I right? You have so many on. And it looks like here, Stockman employees are going to be, am I correct? Because Boomers is not providing the staff at the kiosks at this particular location, and all the Stockman employees will be handling your kiosks or whatever. So I just wondered how that works, because in the other one, Boomers is taking over that location.
Commissioner Silver, the difference has to do with the staff locations versus the kiosk only locations. So since this is kiosk only, it's a small property. The Stockman's personnel would address the various things that need to be taken care of. If there's anything significant, then obviously someone from our team would come out. There's now going to be a regional manager who's going to be responsible for Fallon, as well as the property up in Lake Tahoe and Carson City and in Reno.
I see. So that's okay. That makes sense. Thank you. That was really my only question. So thank you.
Anyone else have any questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Asher, I'm surprised you didn't do your marketing band again, because you stay on message and you're good about that. So appreciate that. Just a couple questions. And Mr. Ross, always a great pleasure to see you, and that big smile you're always carrying around. Fallon's special to me. Spent a lot of time there, lots of dinners there. And what happened to the steakhouse? I know that has nothing to do with Boomer's kiosk, but why is it closed, and how long is it going to stay closed?
Well, good morning, Mr. Commissioner and Madam Chair, Madam Secretary. So the steakhouse was closed, excuse me, by Full House before we took over. We had, as we brought Mike and I a year ago, March, to this commission, we talked about we needed to remodel the casino. And so we've started in slots. We've done about 30% of the slots. We have new carpet order. We've painted. We're going to remodel the cafe first, and then we're going to reopen. It'll probably be reconcepted, Commissioner. And it was your advice, sage advice, and now think it more and more, because you sent us to the Cantaloupe Festival, and I can't tell you how many people came up, pulled my coat, and said, please open the steakhouse again. So thank you for saying that. We supported that, and we had a tent out there, but we do plan on reopening that. Long-winded.
Good. And you'll, perhaps by a Cantaloupe Festival is Rhythm of Life. So that gives you a little bit of lead time before they'll be doing the Hearts of Gold celebrations out there. And again, just because I heard it during your meeting and it got my attention, the oldest slot floor in Nevada. Help me with that. And Mr. Asher, thank you for indulging these questions.
Yes, and when I brought that up to the board a year ago during our initial licensing, one of the board members said, we didn't believe you, so we sent an agent, and they've confirmed it. And we truly think we had some of the oldest product in Nevada, let alone Northern Nevada. And so we've been very aggressive. As Mr. Zoni, my colleague on another project, can admit, I love slots and I love tinkering with those floors. And so we're excited about the opportunity. And we've started to gain some of our business back, sir.
Good on you. No, the facility and building and there's a rhythm of life there that's just important. It's, Fallon has other options, but still limited. It's rural Nevada. But Stockman's has always been one of the pillars of the community and a place where people go and convene and talk politics and do the things and the occasional Lincoln Day dinner. But no, I think it's awesome. It's Commission on Tourism does the state historical markers. Usually they're outside on the street, but maybe you can talk them into planting one in the floor of your property. And to Mr. Asher, while we're here, fully support the application. Good on you, and I wish you well. I support.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? I think we have, unanimous support. So I would ask for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record. We're on 8, right? As read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Boomer Sportsbook LLC, doing business as Boomer Sportsbook, doing business at Club Fortune Casino North Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Club Fortune Casino North for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the application of Poker Palace Investments LLC, doing business as Club Fortune Casino North to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the Racebook and Sports Pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by Boomer Sportsbook, doing business as Club Fortune Casino North Racebook and Sports Pool. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. My name is Joe Asher, and I'm the President and CEO of Boomer Sportsbook. Our third application today is for Boomers to operate a race and sports book at the Club Fortune Casino in North Las Vegas. And joining me today is Ferranzoni, who you were with earlier, along with Counsel Mike Alonso. Pete McHugh is also here in the audience. This will be a staff location with 4 kiosks currently planned, although we could increase that if business conditions warrant. As you heard earlier, this location will offer pari-mutuel horse race wagering as it has for many, many years. And with your approval, we plan to open when the property itself reopens in April. I'm grateful to Ference and to Pete for their confidence in us. Thank you once again for the opportunity to appear, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Question, are you on in March, April, or May? Or anything else? Just curious.
There are none that are next month, but then I believe there will be 2 on for the month after that.
So you're off next month.
Yes, ma'am.
We get the materials for the next month's meeting 8 seconds after this meeting, so we don't know yet. So that's why I'm asking. Thank you for being here again. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments.
For me.
I have no questions.
Perfect. At this time, then I would ask one of my colleagues to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to the restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 are the applications of Battleborn Hospitality LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
So I know we have a couple of Zoom appearances. It's hard. Obviously do we have anybody there? Okay, moving on. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the record to reflect, we have no one on Zoom and no one physically present on that agenda item. I'm going to trail it I don't know, there's a lot of talking, so that's what I'm trying to, did you guys I'm going to trail it. And ask Madam Secretary to please read in our next item. Okay, well, we're still going to read our next item because I'm not in the habit of hunting them down. So this would be the next item on the agenda, the consideration of the placement of Wayne Joseph Nix to the list of excluded persons, case 25-06. Do we have a Mr. Wayne Nix present? Record should reflect, I don't see Wayne Nix present in Northern Nevada in our meeting room. And he is not physically present here in Las Vegas. So at this time, I'm going to ask our Senior Deputy Attorney General to present to us this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission members, Madam Secretary. My name is Mike Somps. I'm with the Attorney General's office. The matter before you today is to consider the board's nomination of Wayne Joseph Nix to Nevada's list of excluded persons. I want to initially note that this is not a contested hearing, as one was not requested by Mr. Nix. Nonetheless, the commission must still consider the board's nomination and formally place Mr. Nix on the list. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a presentation and create a record that supports placing Mr. Nix on the list.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. As part of my presentation, I have prepared, and hopefully each of you should have, a packet of 12 exhibits. I will be reviewing these exhibits as I go through my presentation, but I would at this time ask that they be admitted as evidence and made a part of the record.
Sorry, 1 second. Mic was off. Yes.
Thank you. And so from here, my plan is to first cover some preliminary matters, and then I'll review the specific grounds for including Mr. Nix on the list. And then finally, of course, I'll answer any questions. So as far as the preliminary matters, I do want the record to reflect that, as required by Nevada's open meeting law, Mr. Nix was provided written notice of the commission that the commission would be hearing this matter today. Evidentiary support for that notice is contained at Exhibit 1 in your packet. Next, as you know, today's hearing was preceded by the Gaming Control Board considering Mr. Nix for nomination to the list of excluded persons on December 3rd of 2025. The board entered an order of nomination finding that the presence of Mr. Nix in a licensed gaming establishment poses a threat to the interest of the state of Nevada and licensed gaming, and that he should therefore be excluded from licensed gaming establishments. That order, along with the board's notice of candidacy, are exhibits 2 and 3 in your packet. After the board nominated Mr. Nix, he was served with the board's order of nomination and notice of candidacy. Service was accomplished by certified mail at his last known address on December 11th of 2025. Evidence of that service is Exhibit 4. And with that exhibit, you can see that he signed for receipt of the documents. Mr. Nix had 30 days from service to request a hearing before the commission. And as I mentioned, he did not request a hearing. And with that, this is not a contested hearing. Now I will cover the grounds for including Mr. Nix on the list. These are summarized in a bill of particulars, which was filed with the commission, and that is Exhibit 5 in your packet. Pursuant to NRS 463.151 sub 2, the list may include any person whose presence in a gaming establishment is determined to pose a threat to the interests of Nevada or to licensed gaming, or both. In making that determination, you may consider the criteria set forth in NRS 463.151 sub 3. And pursuant to this commission's regulation 28.010, if you determine that any one of the criteria is met, Mr. Nix can be placed on the list. Mr. Nix, of course, meets 4 criteria. First, he's been convicted of felonies under federal law. Second, he has been convicted of crimes involving moral turpitude. Third, he has been convicted of a crime that is a violation of the gaming laws of California. And fourth, he has a notorious or unsavory reputation that would adversely affect public confidence and trust that the gaming industry is free from criminal or corruptive elements. Now, before getting into the specifics of how Mr. Nix satisfies each of those criteria, I do generally want to describe his activities. These are detailed in Enforcement Agent Clock's affidavit, which is Exhibit 12. And it's also drawn from the various exhibits in your packet. Mr. Nix is a convicted and known illegal bookmaker who operated an illegal bookmaking business out of California, taking wagers on the outcome of sporting events from various people at agreed upon odds using offshore wagering websites. Over the course of at least 6 years, from 2014 to 2020, Mr. Nix took millions of dollars in illegal wagers. Further, Mr. Nix frequented Las Vegas casinos and used those illicit proceeds from his illegal bookmaking business to gamble millions of dollars and pay off casino markers. Mr. Nix also solicited new customers from casino marketing hosts at the casinos that he frequented, including offering a commission or gratuity for customer referrals. Mr. Nix also associated with Scott Sabella, the former president of the MGM Grand, who is now a revoked licensee. He associated with MGM casino hosts and with Cosmopolitan casino hosts, all who knew that Mr. Nix was an illegal bookmaker and who continued to allow Mr. Nix to present and use illicit proceeds. So with that general background of Mr. Nix, I'll now turn to the specifics of how he satisfies each of the criteria. First, Mr. Nix has been convicted of felonies under federal law. On March 10th of 2022, Mr. Nix entered into a plea agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office where he pled guilty to conspiracy to operate an unlawful gambling business in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 371 and subscribing to a false tax return in violation of 26 U.S.C. Section 7206 sub 1. Those crimes are felonies pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Section 3559 and 26 U.S.C. Section 7206. Evidence in support of this is a certified copy of the plea agreement, which is Exhibit 6 in your packet. You can see that the plea agreement provides the factual support for Mr. Nix's plea. Further, the court accepted the guilty plea on April 11th of 2022. Support for that is a certified copy of the minutes of the guilty plea hearing, and that's Exhibit 7. It's my understanding, and this is reflected in Agent Clock's affidavit, that Mr. Nix's sentencing is currently scheduled for sometime later in March of this year. These felony convictions satisfy NRS 463.151 sub 3A as a basis for placing Mr. Nix on the list. Second, Mr. Nix was convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude. Mr. Nix's previously described conviction of a crime, the crime of subscribing to a false tax return. You can see through the plea agreement that Mr. Nix admits that he knowingly and willfully falsely reported his total taxable income to the IRS on his tax returns for the tax years of 2017 and 2018, and that there was approximately $1.5 million in unreported income. This is a fraud type of crime and thus is a crime involving moral turpitude. So with that, NRS 463.151 sub 3A is again satisfied as another basis for placing Mr. Nix on the list. Third, Mr. Nix has been convicted of a crime, which is a violation of the gaming laws of California. Mr. Nix's federal conviction of conspiracy to operate an unlawful gambling business is a crime which is a violation of the gaming laws of California. Specifically, pursuant to the plea agreement, Mr. Nix admits that he operated his business in violation of California Penal Code Section 337A, which prohibits bookmaking in the state of California. So with that, we have NRS 463.151 sub 3 again satisfied, and another basis for placing Mr. Nix on the list. Fourth, and finally, Mr. Nix has a notorious or unsavory reputation which would adversely affect public confidence and trust that the gaming industry is free from criminal or corruptive elements. That reputation is reflected in the previously described federal convictions of Mr. Nix, and notably those convictions stem from Mr. Nix's activities, not only as an illegal bookmaker in California, but his activities in Las Vegas, and using millions of dollars in proceeds from those illicit activities at Las Vegas casinos. That reputation is reflected in non-prosecution agreements the MGM Grand and the Cosmopolitan entered into on January 9th and January 11th, 2024, respectively, with the U.S. Department of Justice. Those non-prosecution agreements are public, and in those agreements, Mr. Nix's activities at the MGM Grand and Cosmopolitan are described in support of the violations of federal law admitted to by those two casinos, and include that he used his illicit proceeds to gamble and pay off markers at Las Vegas casinos, and that he solicited new customers from marketing hosts. Those agreements are Exhibits 8 and 9 in your packet. As you know, the non-prosecution agreements with the MGM Grand and Cosmopolitan also were the subject of this board's recent disciplinary complaint against the MGM Grand, the Cosmopolitan, and their parent company, MGM Resorts, in case number 24-03, and which resulted in this commission approving the settlement agreement between the parties. The complaint and settlement in that disciplinary matter further offers further evidence in support of the basis for Mr. Nix's inclusion, and I'd ask this commission to take notice of those disciplinary matters. Mr. Nix's notorious and unsavory reputation is also reflected in a December 18th, 2023 guilty plea agreement in the United States criminal case against Scott Sabella, where Mr. Nix's activities with the MGM and with Mr. Sabella are detailed, and where Mr. Nix's operation of an illegal bookmaking business are described in the agreement in support of the criminal violations. A copy of that plea agreement is Exhibit 10 in your packet. As this commission knows, Mr. Sabella's Nevada gaming approvals were revoked as a result of his federal criminal conviction and as a result of his actions and involvement with Mr. Nix, and offers further evidence of his notorious and unsavory reputation. Again, another disciplinary matter I'd ask this commission to take notice of. Finally, Mr. Nix's reputation is reflected in several media reports and a Department of Justice press release that describe his activities. Some examples are contained in Exhibit 11 of your packet. All of this then satisfies NRS 463.151 sub 3C and forms yet another basis for his inclusion on the list. As I stated earlier, he only needs to satisfy one, and he satisfies four. Now, before I finish up, I do want to comment further regarding Agent Clock's affidavit, again, Exhibit 12. In addition to providing information from the agent's investigation about Mr. Nix's activities, its purpose is also to connect Mr. Nix as the same individual identified throughout the exhibits. And in addition to that, to provide a picture of Mr. Nix, which is attachment A to the affidavit. So with that, the board is seeking to have this commission place Mr. Nix on the Nevada's list of excluded persons. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions related to the presentation? All right, at this time, I would ask that that if there's anyone of my colleagues that wishes to make a motion, as far as I'm concerned, I would support a motion made to place him on the list of excluded persons based upon all four. But if somebody else has a different motion, I would certainly consider that as well. So does anyone wish to make a motion at this time?
Madam Chair, I move for inclusion of Mr. Nix, Wayne Joseph Nix, into the list of excluded persons based on him satisfying the four categories listed in NRS 463. Pursuant to NRS 463.1513A, he's been convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude. Also pursuant to that same section, 463.1513A, he's been convicted of multiple felonies. Mr. Nix has also been convicted of a crime that involved violation of gaming laws. And the fourth category is that Mr. Nix is a person of notorious or unsavory reputation.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, we're going to go back and recall the restricted item number 1.
Restricted item number 1 are the applications of Battleborn Hospitality LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. Tim O'Reilly of the O'Reilly Law Group, present on behalf of the applicant. With me is the transferee, Lyle Cervenka to my left and Bryant Jane to my right. Also with us today is Milo Kostelecki, and Milo is a minority shareholder, less than 5%. Also appearing in person at your request is Clay Lake on behalf of Imbibe Investments. Mr. Lake is not involved in the entity, but is appearing at your request and due to the previous issued order to show cause. I know we responded to the order to show cause on December 12th. It's my understanding the matter was resolved at that point in time. And Mr. Lake has nothing to do with this licensee. Also appearing, I believe, via Zoom, or at least I hope, is the transferor, Addison Thorne, who is transferring his interest in the entity.
I'm told no. I'm told no. I called earlier. He wasn't on Zoom, and I'm told he's not on Zoom now. Is that correct? Is that what we're hearing? Do you want to call him?
Yes, but maybe
Okay, sure.
take a break and trail the matter. I will call him.
Okay,
Thank you.
we have plenty to do, believe me. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, we have next on our agenda item, the next item is one of our 2 gaming employee registration appeals. The first one, if you would read into the record, our first gaming employee registration appeal agenda item.
The first gaming employee registration appeal is Dominic Rios, case number 25LV00509.
Are you Mr. Rios?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I always take the opportunity to explain to you how this works before we begin. First of all, we as a commission are bound by the record that we have before us, which includes all the notices that you were sent, the finding of the finding of the hearing examiner, and order of the board dated December 11th, 2025, the transcript of the hearing that you had, and then materials related to your application itself, the application that you would have filled out, right? That's one of the things that brings us here today, as well as some records associated with the offenses that were the subject of your hearing from, and I mean, the records are from Utah. So we have all of those things, and we review that before you get here, right? And so we don't go outside of the record and get new evidence or take or accept new evidence. That would be improper under our proceedings, okay? So you're going to be given the opportunity to make any statement on your behalf that you'd like to make, and make a presentation to us regarding your grounds for your request. If any of the commission members have any questions for you based upon your comments or the record here, they would ask you those questions. And then at some point, you'll be allowed to make any final comment before we make any decisions. I'll say, do you have anything else to say, right? And then at that point, your participation in this event will be done, and there will be a discussion or a motion amongst the commission members. And unless you're specifically asked a question during that process, you're not part of that. So, and then there would be a vote on whatever motion was made. So do you have any questions about how this works or how we proceed or what we've had an opportunity to review?
No, ma'am, no questions.
Okay, so when you're ready, we're here to hear what you'd like us to know about your request to be able to go forward with this appeal.
Thank you. Firstly, good afternoon to Chair and the commissioners, and thank you, Ms. Rupert, for your kindness and patience with me over the emails. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and to make this statement. I understand and respect that a Nevada gaming license is a privilege and not a right. And this commission has a responsibility to protect the integrity and the public confidence of Nevada's gaming industry. My name is Dominic Rios, and I'm 22 years old, and my professional goal is to build a long-term career in information technology. I have dedicated the past 4 years to computer science in Utah, and I'm currently continuing my education in information technology in Arizona. My education and work experience reflect a consistent and focused commitment to this field. I was employed with Circuit Casino as an IT administrator. This role required me to apply for a Nevada gaming license, not merely as a formality, but because this position involves trusted access to systems that impact gaming operations, financial integrity, and security. I understand that the level of trust that accompanies such access, and I do not take that responsibility lightly. I want to directly address the reason for my denial. I deeply regret my actions in the past that have led to this situation. I accept full responsibility for those decisions, and I do not offer excuses. I recognize that suitability in gaming is rooted in character, judgment, and trustworthiness. I have reflected seriously on how my past conduct could affect public confidence in this industry, and the reflection has shaped me. Since that time, I have committed myself to growth, maturity, and accountability. My focus has been on education, professional development, and conducting myself in a manner consistent with standards expected of someone associated with a gaming license. My actions since then demonstrate stability, responsibility, and respect for the law. I am not here to minimize my past, but to demonstrate who I am today. I am committed to transparency and compliance, as well as keeping integrity with Nevada gaming. If granted this privilege, I will uphold every law, regulation, and ethical standard required of this license. The license represents more than employment to me. It represents the opportunity to continue and building a lawful and productive career in this field that I have worked so hard to pursue. I respectfully ask that you consider not only my past, but the growth, education, and character I have developed since then. Thank you so much for your time and consideration and the seriousness in which you protect Nevada's gaming industry.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions that you'd like to ask? Mr. Rios? So I guess I'll start on my left and work my way this way this time.
Chair, now come on.
I'll just. I've read everything. I'm comfortable so far what my vote's going to be, but I did want to hear whatever my colleagues have to say. I recognize he's young, but they're very serious violations that occurred here. So I'll just wait to hear what all the others have to say.
Commissioner Marcantonis, any questions for Mr. Rios?
I do. Thank you for being here. This is not easy for you, is it?
Yeah.
And just, it's fine. At least you have read a statement. Did you write that statement?
Yes, sir.
And not that I'm criticizing the statement. You said a lot of right things, but that's not always good enough. I wanted to just double check some of the facts we have in front of us. Are you still studying through Arizona State University?
Yes, sir.
And what is the course?
Information technology.
Information technology. And when do you finish this course?
April or sometime in 2027.
April, okay, sometime in 2027.
I believe it's
and you now are back at home with family members?
Yes, sir.
A bit more color on that. Is that your father or?
Just my father and a little brother.
And your little brother. Are you part of the support system for the family?
Absolutely.
To what extent?
I constantly have to babysit my little brother. He has autism, and so I pick him up from school. I help take him to school. I watch him when the parents are busy, and I feed him, make sure he's okay, change his clothes and everything.
That's laudable, of course. What kind of income? Do you have any part-time jobs at this point or any kind of non-gaming roles?
At the moment, no. I have been searching for other sources of income, but no employment at the moment.
Is there anything you would like to present to us, which I think Judge Tagliati mentioned, that why we should consider favorably or in any way on your application today?
I don't have much to present, but I can ensure that there won't be any further issues. I can assure you that I'm not a liability to Nevada gaming and that I am willing to uphold the integrity that comes with that license.
Do you have any outstanding commitments through some of the convictions that you were involved in? Do you owe any further restitution?
No, sir.
And you are on probation? Was it until, the probation end is like, I had read April 16th. Is that of this year?
No, 2027.
That's 27, back to 27. Okay. Is there anything else you wish to?
I have completed all my conditions. I owe nothing. I am just trying to move forward.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Rios. And good luck going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Do either of you have any questions or comments before?
I just wanted to confirm at the time of the board meeting, you had a little bit of remaining restitution. I think it was a few $100s that's been paid since
ma'am.
then in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I don't have any other questions.
I don't either. So at this time, there being no additional questions, do you have any final comments before we see if if motion is made?
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for hearing me.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, now is for the time for one of my colleagues to make a motion. We have one? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that we sustain the objection to the applicant's gaming registration.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been made. Now is the opportunity to make any comment. I would say this is one of the easiest decisions I've made in a long time. I would put it right up there with Governor Sandoval. I appreciate the different tone that you have today than you had at the hearing, because at the hearing, in my view, lots of excuses. There is zero chance that I would vote that there's been enough time for that has passed where you should be given any kind of position of access in any way through IT to any personal information of anyone, any company information of anyone, or anything else. Zero chance for me. So I do appreciate the tone change. I do appreciate people can change. I do appreciate that you're young and that you have the time to mature, and that some point this will all be in the rearview mirror a long distance off, I hope, and you will have continued in this attitude of this positive attitude and change, and done, things to show people that are in this position that this should be revisited. But for today, for me, no chance. There just has to be a point where we put the protection of the industry above, immature behavior, criminal behavior, and not enough passage of time, and not enough of a track record to show us that you deserve some different outcome. Just too soon, okay, for me. Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
I just wanted to commend Mr. Rios. I know it was very hard for you to come here. I think you did a really good job presenting your situation. For me, it's simply a matter of the fact that you're still, whenever you're on probation or parole, it's called constructive custody. So even though you're not in custody, there's still a constructive custody, by the state over you. That's not over until April of 2027, according to my records. And consistently since I've been on the commission, we just have not, we've never considered somebody that is in constructive custody. That's not to take away that I think you've done a really good job, and I think you've grown. I mean, the convictions that you had, the arrests that were serious, but I think I do feel that they were, largely a function of immaturity, and that's something that I think is going to come with age. I want to urge you to continue on the path that you are. I know how hard it is to help family, when you have somebody that you're helping take care of. And I know it's hard to look too far ahead when you're as young as you are, but this will pass, and you're going to finish school, and you're going to have other opportunities. So, please just continue on a positive path, because I think you have a lot of potential. And, with passage of time and, getting this constructive, being in constructive custody, getting that behind you, I think, down the road, this would be a different vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rios, I don't think I could have said it any better than Ms. Commissioner Solis Rainey. You've said you've worked really hard since these incidents. Well, you got to keep working harder, and you've got to tough this out. This is not the end of appearing in front of us. Sufficient time has not passed. But as time passes, so will you be in front of the commission again, and your choice. And that detail can come to you from Madam Secretary, of course, as to what the limits are and the timings and so on. But for all intents and purposes, certainly my term, I'm still here in April 2027. Go and prove all of us that we may be perhaps premature, but we're not being premature. You've done wrong. Make it up now, tough it out, and come back. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you, Chair. Judge. Okay.
I would just say, in an effort not to embarrass you, I haven't really gone into some of those details. I'm not quite so, I have some different feelings about whether that's just a maturity thing versus some of the victimizing and some of the sharing of sexually explicit material of another human being. I respectfully disagree with that. But I'm going to let that go because I don't think we need to make it any harder on you than we are. But I've specifically avoided doing that and getting into those details because I don't think I need to justify my position here. And so at this time, unless there's, and I just want you to know, I could pile it on. I don't want to put you in that position because I could see where this is headed. Otherwise, if I thought this was going to be a close vote, I would do what I need to do to make a really good record, to make it very hard for this to go any other way. Okay, but I'm not going to. So at this time, unless there's anything else, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, there are none opposed. Okay, time frame wise? A year from today. You can make this pitch again a year from, well, I'm not exactly sure. Like, I'm not going to give you I don't know when it would be filed. I don't know all those details, but
A year from today, you can send me an email or a letter and ask for another hearing.
When is he off probation?
And I would
though?
just
Does he have to be
add
kind of
that
off
I
probation
would
before that?
I would just add that I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you apply until you're done with your constructive custody. So even though it's a year from today, you're not off of constructive custody until April of 2027. So, I would give it a little bit more time. The passage time with you doing well in the meantime will carry more weight.
Thank you.
But by law, you're entitled in a year. That's basically what I was trying to tell you.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Okay, we're going to recall our restricted item number 1. So I'm sorry to keep trailing you, but we don't take a break, like any kind of significant break, until we're done. So that's why we just kind of roll through.
Understand, Your Honor. Thank you for trailing us. Appreciate the accommodation. I believe Mr. Tom is now on Zoom.
I believe so.
Okay, perfect. All right, so let's just start over.
We'll start over.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the commission. Tim O'Reilly of the O'Reilly Law Group, present on behalf of the applicant. To my left and right, to my left is Lyle Savenka, to my right is Brian Jane. Also appearing in person at your request is Clay Lake on behalf of Invite Investments. Also appearing is Milo Kostelecki, who's a minority less than 5% holder of the entity. Mr. Addison Tom is appearing via Zoom with your permission as well. Mr. Lake is appearing, he's not involved in the entity, but he's appearing at your request, as I indicated, due to the previous issued order to show cause. No, we responded to the order to show cause on December 12th. It's my understanding the matter was resolved at the latter part of December in terms of the involvement with Mr. Lake. Having said that, I do not have a formal presentation because what this is a transfer of interest of the 4% interest from Addison Tom to Mr. Savanka and Mr. Jane.
Okay, thank you. We don't know if, I can't remember which side I started on. I usually just alternate back and forth. Do either of you have any questions, comments for council, any of the, attendees?
I just would make a comment. I know that this was thoroughly gone over at the board meeting. And so I would just dovetail on what Chairman Dreitzer had brought up, that I know the board and I'm satisfied as well with the what you've done as far as bringing us up to speed and making all the corrections, amending tax returns, and there's been no other problems from years and years, except for this one issue that's come up. So there's been no violations. You've been in compliance all the way through. CNN, you said, was going to highlight your bar. And so I'm in support of it based on all of those factors. And it is a very, to me, historic property as well, because I've been in this town pretty much all my life. So, the Starboard Tack and the Port Tack were just the places to go. And I just wish you the best of luck from here on out, and keep Mr. O'Reilly as your counsel so that if you have anything in the future, you can see what a can of worms this is. So I just wish you the best of luck in the future, and hopefully we don't have to see you again.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Right. Do either of you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Comments. There's so much going for your property and what you have. There's some business issues, but the publicity and there's so many wonderful things about this. But it is really striking to me on the issue that of your compliance with Gaming Control Board rules and the Nevada Gaming Control Act, how flippant the attitude was. I mean, and not being aware, made a mistake. You've said all the right things, but it's still stunning to me how careless the attitude was that makes this, a difficult conversation. Stared at the Gaming Control Board hearing, and it was hard. Chair Dreitzer, I mean, the 18 employees, you have had no other issues. You've done the gaming seminar. I'm going to support the application today, but I'm upset by what has transpired. But it's not enough to stop you because of the other things that I thought were, discussed thoroughly and well in front of the Gaming Control Board. But, you've heard it. You've just witnessed some of this. You've seen some of the morning where, it's been, a happy conversation. Our job is to make sure that the Gaming Control Act, all of the requirements for what your gaming related activities are complied with perfectly, or at least, the best efforts was there. And I didn't, there was not a best efforts there. It's just trying to clean up a mess and bringing in people like Mr. O'Reilly. So I support it, but the lecture I think needed to be done. I know you've heard it. I know you feel it. I know it's not very pleasant, but I wish you the best of luck. But please never, ever take the role of the Gaming Control Board and oversight and compliance and obeying the rules lightly, because it could end very differently in terms of your licensure. Okay. So again, I wish you the best. I'm excited for the opportunities before you, but don't miss the detail.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would echo the comments of Commissioner Krolicki. I do have a couple of questions though, because I'm still very disturbed by just your actions. I know over the course of various proceedings and in your response to the order to show cause, there was there were comments about, you not having the legal and the business background and not understanding the regulatory requirements, but you had counsel. You had very able counsel at the time. So I'm not quite sure where they were. I know you were asked about Ms. Gigante, who's, I'm not sure if I'm saying her name right, but she's the one that had interacted with the board in writing, as your representative. She's a very competent attorney. And I guess my question is, where was she? I mean, did you just tell her that this was taken care of and she took your word for it? In terms of Mr. Lake no longer being involved?
If I may attempt to respond to that, I think it's the applicant's understanding that most of their communication was with Attorney Joe Brown at the time. So that was who their communication went through as an initial standpoint. In terms of Mr. Lake not being involved, I believe that was a representation at the initial meeting when his application was withdrawn. Candidly, I don't think there was much communication thereafter. That was the issue.
Okay, so when she wrote to the Gaming Control Board on your behalf and indicated that he decided not to go forward with the registering as a minority owner, were you not aware of that? I mean, it indicates, Mr. Cervenka, that you were copied in her letter.
Is this in reference to when we originally got licensed?
Yes, in 2018.
Correct. Yeah, so I think that's where the miscommunication was, where he wasn't going to be, he invested before we seeked our gaming license. So that's where the big misunderstanding was. And we were just dealing directly with Joe Brown, and she was working with Colasar. Colasar Latham was the law firm.
I understand that. And Mr. O'Reilly, I understand you indicating that they were dealing primarily with Mr. Brown, but she was copying them on correspondence. So I'm not sure, they definitely knew she was involved and knew what she was representing. So I'm just troubled by that. I feel that, frankly, that you got a gift on the OSC. I'm not as concerned with this transaction, the actual transfer, but I don't believe you were honest with the board or the commission when you made the representations in order to get licensed in 2019. And, I was trying to understand that by trying to figure out, what you told the attorney, because she was making affirmative representations on your behalf that, as to the reasoning, which I understand why he didn't go forward. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with you is you telling the board and the commission something that was not truthful at the time. What is it that you submitted to the Secretary of State in 2019?
What was?
Yeah, Mr. Savanki himself sent an email to the board indicating that he had just to carry the update with the Secretary of State regarding this whole lake ownership issue. They said it may take 1 to 2 days to process, but we'll send you once it clears. So what was it that you submitted to the?
I believe that was the updated list of members to the Secretary of State.
And you took him off?
I believe so. I do not have that in front of me.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't have anything indicating what it was that was or wasn't submitted, but it doesn't seem like you took him off internally. You seem to be trying to parse between him having an interest for gaming purposes and him having an interest for purposes of, giving in the distributions in order to pay him back. So, like I said, I think that you received a gift in terms of the OSC, because I think there's harsher discipline was warranted against both of you for being untruthful. I'm not going to stand in the way of the transfer, but that was a gift and I wouldn't expect a second one. I mean, I probably won't be here, but that's just the kind of thing we can't tolerate. You need to be truthful. If you make a mistake, you need to own it. You need to fix it immediately, not 4 years later when it's, something else is needed that you need to interact with the board or commission for.
And unfortunately, that was a really hard lesson to learn. And I'm really happy that we have counsel now, and we will be in straight communication with gaming if anything should arise and we don't know how to handle it.
All right. Thank you.
anything, any other additional questions or comment? I think the takeaway from this should be that, you know, no one's gonna stand in the way of the transfer, but there's serious question as to you know, the stories and how it changed over time and all the things. And so it's always one of those things where, you know, I guess what I would say is don't think that, you know, that by getting approval today, that means everybody, how do I phrase it in the most simple way possible, bought it. Doesn't mean the same thing. I think that's probably the gist of kind of the feelings that you're getting up here. If I'm going to be so bold as to summarize. So with that said, if there's nothing else, I would ask if one of you had a motion for the transfer, transfer of interest application.
Madam Chair, with respect to restricted item number 1, I move for approval of the application before us for the transfer of interest as set forth on the agenda and read by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Thank you.
We're glad, Mr. Tom, that you were there.
Sorry that I was late. I appreciate your patience.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, we're going to now move on to
The court reporter has requested a 5-minute break.
Mr. Levitt. You can't catch a break. We have to take a comfort break for the court reporter and the staff and us. So we'll be back in, what time is it? 1:14. Can we reconvene at 1:25? Give her 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're on the air. All right. We have reconvened. And at this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read into the record our next agenda item, which is the second gaming employee registration appeal.
The second gaming employee registration appeal is Alan Smith, case number 25LV00440.
Wait, you need your mic.
Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Andrew Levitt, present with Mr. Smith.
Well, it was good morning when you got here. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sorry.
I know, Mr. Levitt, you were sitting in the audience and you had the opportunity to hear my description of the proceeding for Mr. Rios. And you know that we're limited to the record that we have on your client's matter. And that would include the application summary and the hearing request that was submitted, all the paperwork that your client would have been provided as part of the actual process. Then we have transcript, some investigation materials, and the letter that your client provided concerning his registration. Do you have any questions about the materials that we have before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So at this time, if you wish to be heard, and obviously your client would be given this opportunity if he wished to make a statement to us also.
Yes, Your Honor. So this is an appeal from an objection to a gaming registration card, and it's pursuant to NRS 463-335-12C, which basically states that my client committed, attempted, or conspired to commit any crime or violation of any law pertaining to gaming. So it's our position that he never committed a crime, he was never arrested for any crime, and he was never charged with any crime. And if the Gaming Control Board agent truly believed, the one that investigated this case truly believed that my client did commit a crime, he could have arrested him or charged him, and he never did. My client has never been arrested in his life, ever. He's 57 years old. He's never been accused of any crime prior to this case. But let me just give you some background on what happened. He was working at the Tuscany in February 22nd, 2025. He was on a craps game. He was a stick man. Apparently, surveillance from the security was reviewing some tapes, and one of the dealers had put a $2 bet on for the dealers on the crap table. In other words, she was observed placing a $2 bet as a bet for the dealers. Now, what's important is there was never a player that contacted anybody, said, hey, they took my $2. The player never complained about anything. They never interviewed the player, and no one knows or is aware of whether the player even told the dealer, go ahead and put that on a $2 bet for the dealers. So when the Gaming Control Board interviewed my client, and this is part of the record, he specifically stated he adamantly denied knowing what was going on and decided he would rather resign from work from a company that would start investigating their employees before having any facts. Now, when they gave the recommendation, the recommendation specifically said that the summary of testimony states that Mr. Smith stated he was involved in shortchanging players on their bets. So apparently there was an allegation that there were some crap dealers at the Tuscany that were supposedly, in other words, if you cash in $100 they would, give you 95 and keep $5 for themselves. My client never did that. He was never involved in any of that, and it's absolutely false. So what is troubling is during the hearing, now, of course, he didn't have an attorney. If I would have been there, I think the outcome would have clearly been different, but he represented himself. He didn't have an attorney, but they asked him on page 1, and this is the transcript, page 6, on line 22, specifically states that Mr. Smith adamantly denied knowing what was going on and decided that he would rather resign than work for a company that would start investigating their employees before having any facts. On page 8, starting at line 3, and this was a problem, I think, with the whole hearing process that he went through without an attorney. Starting on line 3, it says there was an incident report from Toscani. Do you perhaps have that or any statements from Mr. Smith to Toscani admitting the theft? And the agent specifically testified there was no statements provided. Now, after the hearing was over and concluded, at about 11 o'clock, there's an email on one of these, on the exhibits that were part of the record. There's an email where somebody sends over an email to the hearing officer 3 hours after the hearing is concluded that has an incident report from the Toscani that says there's a security supervisor that indicates in this report that my client admitted to being part of shortchanging customers. Now, he was never confronted with this evidence during the hearing. He never had a chance to respond to any of this evidence during the hearing, and he adamantly denies that ever occurred. Now, I think some of the problem was with the hearing officers during the hearing, and this is on page 17, and it's line 7, and the hearing officer says, okay, so you were shortchanging guests of their bets, okay? And my client's answer was not without their knowledge. We always ask them, you want to bet this? You want to return on the hard ways? You want to bet for us? So if any of them was saying no, I would return the bet. I would always show him this is $2 going on the hard ways, one-on-one. They said okay. So when they put in the summary of the recommendation, my client admitted to shortchanging clients, that's absolutely false. What he's talking about there is when a player will throw like $10 bet, $10 yo, two-way, what they call a two-way yo. The player bets $5 from themselves and they bet $5 for the dealers. It's a two-way bet. And sometimes the dealers will say, hey, put something up there for the dealers. That's not illegal, of course, but it might violate a company policy. And they said that at the Toscani, that this was a violation of their policy for.
Would you be upset if I asked you to call it the Tuscany? You're making me crazy.
Tuscany? Oh, am I pronouncing it wrong?
Not because of any other reason than it's distracting. You have such good arguments and you're very passionate. And, I've listened to you practice law for 30 years, but you're killing me with the Toscani thing.
Okay, Tuscany.
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 Like Italy.
Yes.
Tuscany.
Okay, sorry, Your Honor. But anyway, when he was working there, Your Honor, but so he adamantly denies that he ever shortchanged anybody. And there was he never testified. I guess my point is he never testified at the hearing that he did shortchange anybody, which is contrary to what is in the summary of the opinion. But on page 26, this is line 19, they asked him a question. Okay, when you observed her actions, they're talking about the other dealer. Did you tell her what you're doing is wrong? Don't do that. Do you report to a supervisor? Did you take any action at that time? Now, again, this is the dealer that allegedly put $2, a $2 bet for the dealers when they never talked to the player to even see if the player told the dealer to put the $2. And Mr. Smith, my client, says, I did not. Most of the bets, they were called verbally by the patron. So I could not hear if the patron asked for the bet to be placed or was just placed. I have no knowledge about it. I just seen it placed. $100 change, $5 change of small denomination chips and placed in the props area. So my point is during the hearing, he never testified that he shortchanged anybody. In fact, he never did shortchange anybody, and he was the stick man when this alleged event even took place that surveillance somehow caught back on February 22nd, 2025. Now, Your Honor, so I guess in sum, he never admitted to cheating anyone. Nobody ever testified that he cheated anyone. No players that were allegedly cheated testified. No, in other words, there's not a single player that came forward and said, hey, the dealer took my bet and I didn't tell him to take it. And no gaming control agent ever testified that Mr. Smith was cheating. Now, as far as Mr. Smith goes, he was born, let me just give you a little brief. He was born in Romania. In the year 2000, he came to the United States. He was working as a casino dealer, supervisor, and assistant manager for Royal Caribbean International cruise ships. He did that from 2000 to 2009. Not a single blemish, not a single complaint, no nothing for the 9 years that he worked for the Royal Caribbean International cruise ships. Now, in 2014, he brought his son, who was 15 years old at the time, who is now an attorney in Miami, just past the bar, to live with him here in the United States. He moved here in 2014. When he got here, he moved to Hollywood, Florida. He was a restaurant waiter for 3.5 years and a delivery driver. The important thing about Mr. Smith is he has always worked. He always worked 2 jobs. He's never worked just one. In 2017, he moved to Las Vegas, and the reason he moved to Las Vegas was because his son got a full ride academic scholarship to University of Southern California, and he wanted to be closer to his son. He worked at the Suncoast as a dealer, all games, and at night he'd work at Ferraro's restaurant as a waiter. So basically, he's working 2 jobs, 80 hours a week. In 2018, he went to the Bellagio as the supervisor of all games, and again, still continuing to work at Ferraro's at nighttime, 80 hours a week. In 2021, he went to the Results World. He was a casino dealer supervisor and still working at Ferraro's. Am I saying that right? Oh, you're on Ferraro's, the restaurant?
Indeed, you are.
Okay, good. But anyway, until 2024, and then of course, when he was in 2024 and 2025, is when he left where he was working because he didn't like the fact that they were accusing him of doing something that he didn't. And here he sits today. After he left, he worked at the Bellagio and Resorts World. In fact, he was actually working at Resorts World when they had the hearing. And then after the hearing, of course, they contacted Resorts World and told him he couldn't work there anymore. So that's our appeal. As far as the hearing goes, there was absolutely no evidence and nobody presented any live testimony about him allegedly shortchanging customers. And there was, I will acknowledge, there was a report that was sent over to the hearing officer 3 hours after the hearing, where there was a statement in there that he supposedly admitted that he was part of this crap dealers that were shortchanging customers that he adamantly denied. So as far as Your Honor was said earlier, if you just confine everything to the transcript, there was no evidence that he engaged in any of this cheating activity that was occurring, allegedly occurring.
Okay, yeah.
Can I ask questions of the Attorney General of a couple of things just regarding the hearing?
Can I just clarify one
Okay,
thing
go ahead.
first? Okay, so what I was saying before was we're confined to the record that we have, including investigation materials, for example, the email that you're referring to, so it's not just the transcript. If that's how you interpreted what I said, I mean, we have everything
right
that they would have had at the time that the hearing officers' findings were prepared. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then the findings themselves.
Right. And I think the issue, I guess I would take with that is he was never questioned regarding that incident report and those other statements that are in there. In other words, there was a supervisor that said that he allegedly admitted something. And they could have asked him, did you admit this to the supervisor? And he could have addressed it at the hearing. He was never given that opportunity.
Okay. So Commissioner Silver has a question for the AG's office.
So I have a couple questions. One, I'm looking at an email and it is 3 hours after the hearing and it's from the agent to the hearing master regarding an admission. So I'm questioning, number one, is an agent allowed to ex parte talk to a hearing officer like that? As far as like providing more info after a hearing?
That would be up to the hearing officer whether to accept that evidence at that time, but I didn't see who the agent was.
Greg Winterton? It's right. I'm looking at the. I might,
Can you refer to the date?
Yeah, it's October 22nd, 2025 at 11:07 a.m. And the hearing was at 8:45 that day.
Right, so it would have been up to the hearing officer whether to accept additional evidence at that time. It sounds like it was
It's not like,
back to something from the hearing, but
Commissioner Silver, you're sitting so far from the mic that I'm not sure. you're
oh,
getting
I'm
picked up.
sorry. Yeah, no, I just, I had a question. If you have a hearing on the record with a transcript with somebody present, and then 3 hours after, whatever it was, after the hearing, oh. Okay. Maybe you got some information. Go ahead.
yeah, the chief of enforcement has indicated that the hearing officer would not have, or that the agent would not have provided that information unless the hearing officer had asked for it. I don't know if you looked at the transcript, whether that was part of the
Okay.
hearing or not, where she asked for follow-up on something.
I don't remember. Honestly, I read it last week, but I mean, I read it, but I didn't catch the timing until council mentioned the timing. So it struck me as odd. And the other part was, how do I know? I see it's an NGCB exhibit G. There are some statements. And is it common practice then to just not call in, say, somebody from the hotel just to use the statements unless there's an objection from the licensee?
Yes, I believe that is common practice. It's just part of the agent's investigation, and then they include it with their report.
Okay.
Becomes an exhibit at the hearing.
So there's nothing improper about an agent emailing a hearing officer after, because they're without the other person present, or, I can see the exhibits. The exhibits are hearsay. So the exhibits are coming in and she's considering them, obviously. But is it proper for a hearing officer? I mean, why have everything on the record? And why have the person there if they're going to accept other evidence after the fact in an email from an agent?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the transcript to be sure how that transpired. But the way that it's phrased, it looked like it was something that she requested.
Well, I'll take my time and look.
So may I just interject on that?
Okay.
So on page 8 is where that came up, the hearing officer. Okay, I just have a few questions for Agent Winterton. It says there was an incident report from the hotel. Do you perchance have that, or any statement from Mr. Smith to the hotel admitting the theft? And Agent Winterton, there was no statements provided. They did send an email stating that he was involved, and I can go back and look for that.
Okay.
And so there was no request to supplement the record or come back tomorrow, or when we get the rest of these information, we can cross-examine you or question you about it. But he was never, it's not only hearsay, he was never given the ability to confront any of it. And he was never asked any questions regarding any of it. And it was given, and you're absolutely right, Commissioner Silva, he was given it after the hearing was concluded, which is completely improper. It's ex parte. And his due process rights were clearly violated, even though it's hearsay and it is admissible. But yeah, I mean, you can think of about 50. That's why I was saying if he had an attorney, I think things probably would have been different at the hearing. But he disputes 100% those allegations contained in that report that says that he somehow admitted that he was part of this shortchanging of customers. And by the way, there is no report from any customer ever in all of this record that says that they were shortchanged. So I don't know what they're talking about. Well, he doesn't know what they're talking about. And nobody on this whole dice crew was ever charged with any crime.
Well, so let me ask my colleagues. I will say this, I appreciate all the issues you're raising. Whether you're charged or committed with a crime is not the requirement or the threshold for these gaming registration appeals. Otherwise, respectfully, it wouldn't necessarily be to the employee's benefit for that to be required, because there'd be a lot more arrests and a lot more charges.
I understand.
So, be careful what you wish for.
Right.
That's not the standard, right? So I'm not limiting your ability to make the argument. You've made it. The record is there. I'm not persuaded by that at all, because that's not what's required.
Right.
Your point on, there are other points that are very interesting to me and well taken. And so to speak for myself, I can't speak for everybody else because they're going to have their own questions. That's not going to do it for me. That's just not, after 5 years, this is not a trial, it's not a criminal case, and he doesn't need to be arrested or convicted of a crime to be here. So as long as it meets our statutory requirements, right? Other things, very fair commentary on the issues that you're raising. And so that would be my area of inquiry. I don't think I have any other questions about that. But if you're, I guess I shouldn't have asked you this, and I didn't. Did your client plan to make a statement as well, or are we going right into?
No, we can go, he doesn't need to make a statement unless you want to.
I would like to.
What's that?
Madam Chair, and you're here. I would love, in your own words, just, quickly, you were invited to make an opening statement.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for give me the opportunity alongside my lawyer, Mr. Louis. What can I say? I really don't know. I was totally shocked when a job was taken away from me. First one, I was working at Bellagio and I was working at the Resort World, and they called me, okay, do not show up for work today because this is happening. The commission decided that you are. So I'm like, what for? Says, I don't know. So therefore we went through all the process, about 3 times being postponed the meeting. And at the Tuscany, being called in the office, well, this is the image, so you'll be suspended pending investigation. So I'm like, investigation for what? For what's happening there. Said this is the paper. I just signed the paper. I give it back. I said, okay, that's it. I went home, and next day I called them. I said, I have to resign. This is not me. It can happen to me. I've never been accused of anything. I've been in this business for so many years. And this just coming all of a sudden, and I really don't know. It's just my feeling. I couldn't really stand there and wait for an investigation. Therefore, next day I went to the office nearby, and I fill up a paper for a hearing, and that's how it gets rolling ball. And I'm in front of you today, which I never thought I will ever have to be in front of a commission for such a thing. It's I don't know. It's above my understanding. I've been working so many years, and I was never ever accused of anything like that. And it happened now, and I don't know what for. I'm sorry for being dramatic or something, but that's just me. I've been working all my life, and I still want to work. And working for this beautiful industry was a dream came true. I started when I was very young, back in Romania, and I make it through the Vegas. What is Vegas? The dream come true. Everybody wants to work in Vegas. And you think, or they think, I will do such, I don't know, all of a sudden? I don't think so. It's your decisions, of course, and I will totally obey and be according to your decision, whatever you decided to do. And that's it. I can't say more than that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any additional questions for council or,
I have questions. Okay. Mr. Smith, thank you for your statement and thank you for being here. I had a question with regards to a couple of the comments that you made. And council, if you have the transcript on page 18, Mr. Smith, you, during the hearing with the agent, the hearing officer, you indicated that you pushed the rules a little bit over as a company, and it sounded like it was regarding a company policy. I didn't understand what you meant by that.
Let me answer that. What it is there's all casinos have a policy where the dealers aren't supposed to hustle tips, hustle
Solicit.
bets. And so what he's referring to there is like some dealers, and I play craps, and it happens all the time, probably everywhere, where a dealer will say, hey, why don't, if you're winning, why don't you put the boys up there on the pass line with you? So throw $5 up for the pass line. And I'll give you a perfect example. It's funny, I'm here testifying to this, but Saturday night I was at the El Cortez and I play craps and I throw $10 two-way for $2 or two-way yo. Means the dealers get a $5 bet and I get a $5 bet. If the player rolls an 11, you win $75 and the dealers win $75. I'm doing that, couple of passes go by and I threw $5 out there. And the dealer, the stick man, turns to me, he says, hey, do you want to put the dealers up? You forgot the $5 for oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. And I throw them $5. Technically, that's a violation of their policy, for hustling bets. But he just reminded me, he wasn't hustling a bet because the whole night, every time they would come out, I'd put $10, 5 for me, 5 for the dealer. But that's what he's talking about as far as hustling bets. Sometimes the dealers, all dealers do it. I mean, if you go to a crap table, if somebody's winning, they'll always say, hey, why don't you put, or even the player will ask, what can I bet something for the dealer somewhere? And the dealer will throw out, or the player will throw out $5 and the dealer will put it on a hard 4, the dealer will put it on a 7 or whatever the dealer's choice is. But when it says the company policy, and by the way, I asked him about that and nobody at the hotel ever told him you can't do this. I mean, but it's just kind of a common understanding between all craps dealers everywhere. You're not supposed to ask the players to tip. Yeah.
Sorry, I saw that on the next page that he's indicated that nobody had called to the office or told them something was wrong. And I suspected it was the soliciting bets, but that was never clear in the record. So I just want to make sure that that's what it was, that he was the company policy that he violated is the possible solicitation of tips.
He says hassling bets, but it is hustling bets. I think it's supposed to be hustling bets.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. And with respect to the items that were included in Exhibit G, Mr. Smith, were you ever told about who the employees were or that other employees had implicated you and said that you were involved in this alleged, scam to take these extra dealer bets without the customer's knowledge? Did you ever see the employee statements?
No.
Okay.
No, I never seen them.
Okay. And this Peter Madonia, do you remember who that is?
Peter was a supervisor.
Okay. All right. I saw in his statement, but again, that I had similar concerns to Commissioner Silver because everything in Exhibit G is what suggests that you somehow admitted to something, but that wasn't in the hearing. So I didn't even know when she listed the exhibits that she had, that wasn't listed among what you were aware of.
There was nothing presented to me at the hearing.
Okay. I was just curious about that. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kurlicki, do you have any questions? Commissioner Silver, I know you had one question for the AG. Do you have questions to council or the petitioner?
Again. Where it says NJ.
You put your mic on.
Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Where it says NGCB Exhibit E, page 8 of 14, or any of these, when are those bait stamped like that? And is that for us on the record on appeal, or was that actually given to you have no idea of whether or not the hearing master had that? Is that a hearing master exhibit?
I believe those exhibits are from the hearing.
August 20th of 2025. When was the hearing? Let's look. This is gonna drive me nuts because I don't understand this process. This is, wait, let me look at the date of the hearing.
The hearing was October 20th.
Oh, okay, so it was, okay.
The hearing was October
Gotcha.
22nd, 2025.
So this, okay, so you think these are all in there? Okay, thank you. That, I just had a question as to that.
And Commissioner Silver, if it helps, on page 3 of the transcript, the hearing officer does outline
Okay.
what each exhibit is.
Okay.
However, with exhibit G, all they talk about is this incident report that wasn't available, that became available later. But it's not just an incident report, it's a series of
No, it was never read,
statements.
never read into the record. They didn't have it at the time.
Okay.
Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have any questions for council or?
Council, just quickly, did you make this exact same presentation and all of this conversation with the Gaming Control Board? I mean, I just want to clarify or is any new information today that the Gaming Control Board didn't have, or?
No, I didn't represent them at the hearing. That was the problem.
Okay, thank you. That's what
Yeah,
I
if
wanted to
I
know.
would have represented them, none of this.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought you had said, but I wanted to be sure. Thank you.
Yes.
No further questions, Chair.
Anything else? Anybody else? Okay. So did you wish to make any concluding comments?
No, I would just say that the hotel right after this occurred, this is a small hotel that had one crap table. Okay, within like 2 weeks of all of this happening, they got rid of the crap table. They fired all the dealers. So I'm not going to say that they made up these allegations, but again, all of this came about by some surveillance supposedly seeing one of the dealers place a $2 bet for the dealers without a complaint from a customer, without a complaint from a player, and no player ever did complain. And if it's really $2, a shortchange somebody $2, I don't want to minimize it, but my client that's been in the gaming industry for and over 25 years, working 80 hours a week, 2 different jobs, a completely unblemished history, which is even acknowledged by the gaming control agent when he's interviewing him. Every single job he's ever had, including on the cruise ship in Romania, everywhere. He's never been accused of cheating, never been accused of stealing, completely 100% unblemished record. Gets called in and they put this video up from like 6 months ago and say, look, this is what happened. And I don't know anything about it. And they start accusing him of doing these wrongdoing, and he just walked out and he never, anyway, all the dealers were fired. The crap table was closed and they replaced it with whatever they replaced it with. So there is some suspicion, at least on my part, that maybe some of this was made up and a reason to terminate everybody. But my client is adamant that he never cheated anybody, and he certainly isn't going to risk his excess of 25-year gaming career over a $2 bet or whatever it is that this small casino is making on one crap table in a very, very small casino. So we would ask that you reverse the hearing officer's decision and let him go back to being employed in the gaming industry.
Okay, thank you. So this is the part of the proceeding where we entertain any motions and have comments or whatever anybody wishes, the record they wish to make regarding their position on the motion or the case. So is there anyone who wishes to make a motion at this time?
I would move to overturn the objection to Mr. Smith's gaming registration.
Okay, so discussion on the motion.
All right, and I'm happy. I mean, the reason I made the motion is the records do indicate, do state that he somehow admitted something that was based on statements from the supervisor that I mentioned. And, you know, the email that's followed subsequently. But in his own testimony, it seems inconsistent that he would have admitted to that. The only thing that I see he admitted was the thing that I asked about, which was how they were pushing the envelope on soliciting tips or, you know, encouraging patrons to include the dealers in bets. I didn't see anything beyond that. And I think that I too don't want to minimize. I mean, if they weren't somehow taking the patrons' money to make bets without the patrons' knowledge, then I absolutely think that is a violation of, you know, the gaming laws, gaming standards, and it's not good for the industry. But I don't see evidence that that was demonstrated. So I feel that his 20-some years of experience without any blemish on the record warrants giving him the benefit of the doubt on this. The reason, according to the record, that the Tuscany started doing the investigation was because the hold was down on craps. So it wasn't prompted by any patron concerns or patron issues.
So Commissioner, just to be clear, I didn't quite hear it. Is the motion you're making to reverse? Okay, thank you. Clear. Thank you. That's what I want to know.
Okay, any other discussion? Comments? Well, here's what I would
I
say.
guess I could
Oh, go ahead.
comment if you wanted. I mean, I walked into this hearing, believing, and I really appreciate our hearing master and the agents and all the hard work that they do, but this has to be the flimsiest record I had seen since I'd been here in 2 years, as far as like taking somebody's livelihood away. Because that's I mean, they took away his livelihood of 30 years and he's working at 2 other jobs. And it's like, there's nothing in the record besides some hearsay, maybe, that can't really even be pinpointed down at all. So I really thought it didn't even meet preponderance, because it was just based on some hearsay off of like one supervisor statement or something that they overheard, or Connie said that he knew about it. But that was like the most it was. So, I mean, I came into it thinking it was flimsy. I wanted to hear what the other commissioners had to say before I made a vote, but I don't disagree with my fellow commissioner, what she stated.
Yeah. I agree with my fellow commissioners.
Do you have any comments, Commissioner Krolicki?
You know, I do want to start off with, you know, our staff and the hearing officer, they work so hard, and I get it, and they often do it in the most difficult of circumstances. But, you know, taken in totality, and I think there's a language issue we haven't really discussed here either. I don't see the evidence of him deliberately doing something. If he was aggressively pursuing tips, he's like many other people in this state. No, I will support the motion.
Okay, so here's what I would say. You know, it's always difficult because Mr. Levitt touched on quite a few things, and some of those I've already rejected. And so before I make a vote on the motion, I just want to make a record on the things that I find, troubling, and then those that I don't accept the arguments, just so that my position is clear. First of all, 2 cents, $2. We don't, there is no threshold. So I reject that. I hear you. I get it. It would be very harsh if this had been sustained over such a minor amount. But that's not the motion, right? Anyway, I'm just saying 2 cents or $2. It's just a passing comment you made. And I just want to make a record as chair of the Nevada Gaming Commission. There's no threshold. 1 penny is enough. That being said, I think the reason that our members are so complimenting the hearing masters and the agents is because This is a very tedious process for them, for what is, a process that allows for the admission of hearsay, allows for documents to be considered without live evidence. It would be absolutely an incredible burden to bring live witnesses to these hearings. You're his attorney. I appreciate those arguments. Just for the record, I think this body tries very hard to recognize the limitations that are imposed on people when they don't have their registration allowed. So we try to balance that it is a more relaxed evidentiary standard and proceeding with the very significant ramifications. Hence the motion, right? The other thing I would say is, and this is just because you brought it up, not criticizing the argument, just saying I want to make my position clear on it. I'm not putting anyone in the hotel that was there at the time on the grassy knoll of, way to fire everyone, right? If you want to get rid of tables, you can get rid of tables and you can let your dealers go. And it could be as simple as your, client pointed out, repeated changes in management, right? He said, every couple months, 3 to 4 months, he had, people are coming and going in management. It could be that simple. So I reject the conspiracy theory. But I don't begrudge you for making it. That being said, it is very, we have to have a process where, if the hearing officer is considering things after the fact, that the person gets to address those things. It's so basic, right? And so it's easier for, just to just consider that. It's basic. And so I'm going to support the motion. I don't do so lightly. Mine's kind of very procedural grounds to do so. And I'm not being critical of staff or the officer or anyone else in this matter, because the volume of these is significant. And it's not a court proceeding, even though we're all, 3 of us are lawyers, and we probably, want standards and, to be as high as possible in these events. We also have to appreciate that the burden is not beyond a reasonable doubt. Hearsay is admissible, all the things. But that's kind of where I'm drawing the line is and because he's, because of the nature of the facts of the case, when you balance all of that with kind of what happened after the fact and that he didn't have a chance to address it, I'm going to support the motion. So at this time, if anyone has any additional questions or comments, otherwise I'm going to call for a vote. There being none, all in favor of Commissioner Solis Rainey's motion, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. You're welcome.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next agenda item?
Next, for your consideration, you have 4 regulation items. The first is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5A.060 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Ed McGaw with the Nevada Attorney General's Office, here today to present the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5A.060. A workshop of these proposed amendments was held on December 16th, 2025, resulting in the draft that you have before you. If adopted by the commission today, the proposed amendments would become effective immediately. The proposed changes simply eliminates the requirement that operators of interactive gaming systems provide the board with a list of all individuals who may access the main computer prior to going live, and to provide the board updates thereafter. It was determined that this requirement serves no practical regulatory purpose, as such information can be requested or obtained from an operator anytime upon request. This change will reduce the regulatory burden on both the operator and the board. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation, but would be happy to answer any questions you may have. It looks like Jeremy, oh gosh, Eberwine. I don't know why my brain just went blank. Sorry about that. Chief of the board's technology division's here today to answer any technical questions you may have. Thank you.
It's because we're all staring at you. Right?
Chief Jeremy Eberwine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Tagliati and fellow commissioners. My name for the record is Jeremy Eberwine, Chief of the Technology Division at the Nevada Game Control Board. As presented by Doug McGall, this change to Regulation 5A has two purposes, really to lighten some of the burden on our operators and lift a requirement that really doesn't provide any value to the Nevada Game Control Board. So we believe that this is a mutually beneficial change.
Thank you.
And I do believe that Chair Dreitzer has something to present to us on this as well.
Well, actually, it will wait until we get to number 3. But what I will say is this continues the board's process of modernizing and looking at regulations from a common sense lens in 2026 and taking out regulations and modernizing regulations that no longer make sense or require an update. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, on this proposed amendment to 5A.060, does anyone have any questions or comments? Or would someone like to make a motion? Thank you.
I'm happy to make a motion. I don't have any other comments. I would move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5A.060 as presented in the Nevada Game Control Board recommended draft dated December 16th, 2025 to be effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the next item?
The next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.110 as noted on the agenda.
Are you ready, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, my name is Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. Before you for your consideration today are some proposed changes to Regulation 6.110. That particular regulation pertains to gross revenue computations. The proposed changes were initiated by the board's lab and Chief Eberwine are contained in a draft dated October 17th of 2025. This draft was recommended by the Gaming Control Board during its workshop just this past December. The proposal here is to add a subsection 14 to the regulation that will give the board chair the authority based on good cause shown by the licensee to approve an alternate but substantively comparable method of gross revenue calculation for table games, slot machines and gaming devices, and for counter games. The purpose behind this is to provide flexibility for new and innovative products that impact multiple revenue streams. Those are all the proposed changes to Regulation 6.110. I am available to answer questions, as is Mr. Eberwine. And I do want to note that the board recommended that these be effective upon adoption.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
I did. With respect to this one, Mr. Somps, I wasn't clear. What's the flexibility that you're trying to give people? Is it to do the computations electronically or to change the composition of what goes into the computation?
I will let Chief Eberwine comment on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Rainey, I think the easiest example to give on this is really we are running into cases where we have more and more products that are crossing different revenue areas of the casino. For instance, easy example is we have slot terminals that can connect to table games and that sort of thing. The regulations that are currently in 6.110 dictate a very strict revenue calculation method that is difficult to carry through in these types of examples. So to play this out a little bit more, your traditional table game, you give $20, they put that in the drop at the table there, they pay it out in chips and the player may walk away with that. That's your revenue calculation. On these slot terminals can now be connected to multiple tables. So when a player puts in $20, what table is that given to? When they cash out and they get a voucher, what table is that assigned to? So the regulations as they currently stand don't really accommodate that. And there are supplemental accounting procedures that people have to do to essentially meet the letter of the regulation. And what we're really trying to do here is alleviate that. Statute really just requires a calculation of money in minus money out if you bring it down to bare bones. And we think that there are better ways to do that in a lot of these cases rather than strictly adhering to these. So that's really the goal here, is to allow for innovation and things that don't fall in the traditional revenue calculation methods.
Okay, so it's more the mechanics of it based on the technology that has changed, not necessarily, I guess, excusing certain components of the formula.
That's correct.
From being like, adding deduction or letting some licensees deduct something that somebody else can't deduct. Okay,
right.
Got it.
And that's the whole reason we didn't just update the other formulas. We really want, subsections 1 through 3, the traditional calculations, to be the end goal, and for the innovative products to more be the exception.
Okay. And you may just have to, do it different, like in the instance that you described where there's one machine attached to 3 tables, you may have to compute it.
Right.
Slightly different, but all the same ins and outs would be considered.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
And would it be consistent? Meaning presumably if the licensee says, we want to do it this way, and then a different licensee says they have the same scenario. I know that's probably rare, but I'm just curious. How does that?
This gets a little interesting because I believe that there's a little element of how people implement things in a proprietary fashion. So there may be some operators who have, or not operators, manufacturers, say, that have similar products, but they may have slightly different implementations of them. And those implementations may give rise to a slight difference in how it's being approached. But again, all of this would be factored in during our review and trying to keep us as close to norm as possible, but just doing it in a way that makes sense.
Got it. And so for their good cause, they have to show you why we want to do it this way.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And Chair Tagliani, just one quick question. That all makes perfect sense. And I think that was a great explanation. I appreciate the gesture. And none of this should be about money and tax collection, but we are a tax collection agency. By readjusting how gross revenue can be calculated affects, what they're paying to the Gaming Control Board of the state of Nevada. How does that play into any of this? If they have a different way to calculate it that lowers a burden, I just want to make sure there are no games going on or manipulation for tax. I don't want to say evasion, but everyone's going to try to lower their tax obligation. That's what companies and people do. How does that apply here?
I think what saves us in that regard is there is still statute that does basically define gross revenue for us, and we don't get around that. There's no change to that. So it still comes down to somebody has to say, what are all the points of money in? What's the point of money out? And calculate revenue based on that. If you look at all the calculations in Reg 6.110, that's really what those are all getting to. Those are all the different ways that traditionally you get money in and money out of those games.
So by adopting this amendment to the reg today, there's no impact there. We're not, that's not part of this discussion. This is just
Correct.
about ease in accounting and systems and software, and it makes sense. And if it compels the chairman, then so be it. All right.
That's
I
the
accept
intention.
that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Does anyone have a motion on this particular change?
Sorry, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 6.110 as presented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board recommended draft dated October 17th, 2025 to become effective upon adoption.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next item.
The next regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 14 as noted on the agenda.
Are you ready for me, Madam
Yes.
Chair?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Ed McGaw with the Nevada Attorney General's Office, here today to present the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 14. The workshop on the proposed amendments was held on December 16th, 2025, resulting in the draft you have before you today. If approved by the commission, the proposed amendments would become effective upon adoption. Jeremy Eberwein, Chief of the Board's Technology Division, is present here today and can answer any questions the board or the commissioners may have regarding the proposed amendments. Rather than repeat my presentation at the workshop, I will incorporate it by reference and instead provide a more general overview of the proposed changes. If the commissioners have any questions regarding any specific changes, please do not hesitate to ask me or Chief Eberwein. Overall, the proposed changes are intended to modernize and streamline the regulations to ensure they continue to adequately protect the integrity of gaming, but without imposing unnecessary or outdated burdens. The first significant amendments to the regulations are necessary to implement the changes made to the Gaming Control Act in Section 6 of Assembly Bill 58 from the 2025 legislative session. These changes allow for the administrative approval of new gaming devices and new games. Next, the proposed amendments remove the list of items that are required to be provided by applicants. This list does not need to be included in the regulations, but rather can be indicated on the application forms themselves, which are approved by the chair. This is intended to give the board chair more flexibility in determining what information is required to be submitted as part of the application. Next, the proposed amendments add or modify certain definitions in the regulations to ensure consistency with statutory provisions and to add clarity to the regulations. Next, the proposed amendments revise the provisions addressing the approval and modification of new games, gaming devices, and associated equipment. These changes are intended to standardize the process and the criteria for approval and for the revocation of such approvals. Next, the proposed amendments remove the provision that allows for prior administrative approval for the use of intellectual property in gaming device themes. It was determined that such prior review was unnecessary and that such review can be conducted as part of the normal approval process of the gaming devices. Next, the proposed amendments add language to address the use of virtual outcomes on gaming devices that resemble live games. Next, the proposed amendments modernize and streamline the process for the distribution and disposal of gaming devices. The changes remove the requirements that are outdated and unnecessarily burdensome on licensee and on the board. Next, the amendments add language to the regulation stating that an approval of a new gaming device by the Board or Commission does not resolve any patent, copyright, trademark, or other intellectual property issues, nor is it intended to encourage or induce infringement thereof. Next, the associated equipment regulations are further updated to require any associated equipment that facilitates the transfer of funds from financial institutions to games or gaming devices to have certain responsible gambling features. In addition, the provisions regarding independent testing labs are being updated. In addition to the above changes throughout the draft, the board has proposed multiple non-substantive changes to the language with the intent to standardize the terminologies and cross-reference formats to better match the style used by the Legislative Counsel Bureau in the Nevada Administrative Code and the NRS. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation, but would be happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have. And Jeremy, I believe, is prepared to make any comments or make comments.
So adding on to what Chair Dreitzer had spoken about before, a lot of these changes to Regulation 14 were done hand in hand with members of industry to try to modernize our requirements. at a minimum, clarify and define some things that may not have been called out before, as well as bring us more in line with what's being done across the industry in other jurisdictions. And with that, I believe we have something from Chair Dreitzer.
I do. Thank you very much. I wanted to offer a perspective about this change set to Reg 14 as well as the other related changes. This is a very important day and frankly a milestone when it comes to the manner in which the state of Nevada and the Gaming Control Board reviews and approves technology. It's long, should have been done a while ago, but here we are. And what we've done as a result of this is we have these regs, but we also have other items that we're doing in conjunction with this to create what we call the Nevada Leads the Way initiative. And so what I'd like to do with the chair's permission is offer a video that Mr. Eberwein and I have prepared that we will offer to the commission today and then offer to the industry thereafter.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Mike Dreitzer, Chairman of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I'm very excited to share some of the major strides our team has made in modernizing the Nevada Gaming Lab to meet the needs of a dynamic and fast-paced gaming industry. In alignment with Governor Lombardo's initiative, we are streamlining regulations and driving innovation to ensure Nevada remains at the forefront of gaming. Let me start by introducing Jeremy Eberwein as our new chief of the Nevada Gaming Lab. Jeremy was brought on to align lab operations with a move at the speed of business culture, ensuring we're responsive to industry demands. We're pleased to have him here, and his leadership is already making a significant difference with our gaming lab initiatives. Jeremy, if you'd be so kind, please share with us some of these initiatives.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We've completed draft changes to modernize regulations and technical standards, making them more adaptable to emerging technologies. That includes updates to Regulation 5, 5A, 6, 14, Technical Standard 1, and other potential regulation changes. These changes are designed to support innovation and modernization while maintaining integrity and compliance. We also held an industry workshop to gather feedback and collaborate on these updates. Looking ahead, our Nevada Leads the Way initiatives will prioritize new technology submissions and introduce an innovation bank concept for field trials, all without requiring prior ITL approval. On our long-term roadmap, we are developing a manufacturer portal where manufacturers can submit products, track approvals, manage contacts, view account balances, and view their current submission statuses. Internally, we've revamped procedures to reduce turnaround times and improve efficiency. We've implemented better tracking tools and identified key areas for improvement. By the end of Q1 2026, we'll publish revised submission standards following Regulation 14 changes and roll out systematic updates throughout 2026. We've also updated dozens of forms on our website and reorganized content for a better user experience, with plans to add interactive materials and a refreshed layout to make navigation easier. In addition, we strengthened our relationship with independent test labs by providing key performance indicators, revising registration standards, and encouraging multi-party meetings with manufacturers, labs, and members of industry. We firmly believe that ongoing collaboration will be key to our success.
Thank you, Jeremy. These initiatives reflect our commitment to continuous improvement and modernization. And we're making sure the industry has a voice in this through our workshops and various stakeholder engagements. We at the board are extremely proud of this progress, and we are very excited for what's ahead. The board is committed to keeping Nevada at the forefront of gaming innovation. Thanks for watching, and please stay connected with us as we continue to innovate, streamline, and support Nevada's vibrant and growing gaming industry. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to present that. That gives an idea of where we're headed with respect to these changes. Again, it's the regulation changes being considered today, but it's also additional measures taken to modernize the lab and resume our standard as the gold standard in all areas, and in particular when it comes to technology. A quick shout out, if I might, to our public information officer, Jennifer Morton, in the back. She worked with a team from UNLV to create that video, and you'll be seeing more of them, more and more appearing on our website, because we want to make the public understand, what we do and how we do it. In some ways, the word I've heard is demystify some of this process. So we're eager to do that. So it's a really important day, and we fully appreciate the commission supporting that. But I thought it was important to offer not only the read of the regulation, but to understand how they are part of a much larger picture. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation, all of you, and to both UNLV and to you for your efforts on our behalf. So, besides the instinctual, we're removing the commission from involvement, which always puts your whiskers up. If we look at 14.100, what is the process to document? How does the public know when a game's been, this would be, we do it in an open proceeding usually. So I'm just curious, is there a filing? Is there a some kind of documented approval that's available for the public? How does that work?
Currently, when we approve modifications and that sort of thing, what we do is we have two resources for the public. On the webpage, there is a approval status report, and then there is also a tool that they can download. Through either of these tools, they can look up approval statuses for any product that's been approved by the Board or Commission. And that's basically the same route we would go for new gaming devices that are approved administratively.
Okay. And so rather than just leave it to the chair alone, which sometimes we see, there's an alternative. What was the thought there? If there's some controversial game, or what is the kind of?
I can actually give you an example that we're considering right now. There's a product that may have a unique fee or tax structure that might be associated with it. And that's one that we believe we would be overstepping bounds if we didn't present that to the commission. So it's really those kind of cases that are out of the usual that we would still want commission involvement with. But on the other side of that, if it's just a standard gaming device, pretty routine run-of-the-mill things, we would probably handle those administratively.
Sorry, thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
Chair Tagliati, thank you. Chief Eberwein and Chair Dreitzer and all the folks. I mean, I don't know, but I can only imagine how much work went into this. I'm thinking back when I was newly appointed here, one of the first things I did was go to the technology workshop on that beloved Sawyer building. And I think it was one of Chair Hendrick's, forays into trying to tackle the reg issues, the challenge issued by Governor Lombardo. Chief Barbie was on the hot seat. And I mean, I get the tensions that were there. I know industry had some frustrations, but Nevada needed to, we are, overused term, but the gold standard. We want to stay there. We don't want to, relieve standards if it were somehow to be a negative impact. If Nevada approves, it should be good for any jurisdiction. I know that's arrogant, but you know what? We're in Nevada and we've been doing it for 70 years. We want to do it right. We do want to be that industry leader. So to come from that moment and lots of conversations, certainly the industry had a whole lot to say about it. Not sure that they were always right, or they might, their impatience sometimes did need to be addressed with, government and safety and protecting the integrity of the product. So there was always, there's always going to be that tension, but we had to find that happy place and equilibrium. The words are kind of hard for me. I mean, you all live this stuff every day, but I'm hoping that, a very hefty amount of work, and the Attorney General's office and some folks in the back row here. I appreciate it, but I'm hoping these words will be an appropriate, maybe it's a first step or first phase, but just working with the industry while making sure that if it's good enough for Nevada, it's likely good enough for anywhere. And maybe to make me feel better in that, just the inverse, what might not be in here? What did we resist perhaps because we didn't think we were ready, or we were sacrificing integrity of the game, or we would just lose that control. But I'd be curious to see from those workshops and the industry comments and others, what might not be in here and where we are and how we do this forward. And again, hopefully the industry, which is, I'm not recognizing people in the room today from industry, but I hope that they recognize the yeoman efforts that now you, Chief, and Chair Dreitzer, and how perfect is your background for this exercise with gaming arts and your understanding the challenges of regulating on the technology side. But with that, I'll shush. But I just do want to say thank you and appreciate the massive movement that has happened. And again, I just hope all of it does not compromise any of the standards that we've always held to strongly.
I had just a quick question regarding the regulation that the chair was talking about, 14.100. What's the rationale for taking the commission out of the approval of general games? I mean, as far as I know, in the almost 7 years I've been on the commission, I don't know that we've ever been the cause of delays in getting these games approved. So what's the thought process?
So the administrative process right now that includes board and commission review of those games does tack on about 45 to 60 days at the end of the process, just for that administrative part of it. So to give an example here, if we had a field trial that completed, say, on January 15th, we'd be able to get that on a February board agenda and then February commission agenda. But from January 15th, that's about 45 days right there. If we miss that deadline, for instance, if it's, say, end of January 25th, we're probably not going to make the February agendas. Now we're into March. So that's now pushing it about 60 days. So that's a very fine line just for this process so the thing can be heard publicly. And I'm not trying to diminish things there, but it is time that the product sits and can't be, sold in a broad manner because of that.
At least in my experience, I mean, it seems like, and I appreciate we need to be fast and nimble and getting things to market and such, but there always seems to be overly optimistic expectations as to when things are going to be ready. So I think the delays that you described are attributed, more to planning than to any delays with the actual regulatory approval process. But I mean, I understand, and I think we do need to balance, being able to be the leader in technology and getting things out to market quickly. But yeah, I'm still not completely convinced on the purpose. Thank you.
Questions, comments?
No, I don't have any further. Nothing further.
Okay, there being no additional questions or comments.
Chair, can I just make one comment?
Sure.
I just want to certainly emphasize the fact that there is a very clear way and a logical way to improve timing and regulating at the speed of business without sacrificing one bit of integrity, without sacrificing one bit of safety, one bit of security. We were very fortunate to have Chief Eberwein join us back with the board. He had a long tenure at the board and at a private lab, so he's been doing this for well over 20 years. And the staff at the board is second to none from the standpoint of properly reviewing all technology, devices, systems, you name it. And we have not retreated one bit from the gold standard, not only from the perspective of, wanting to be the gold standard in moving technology forward, but from the safety of it and making sure there's security. It's my belief that we are more secure than ever with respect to devices and the approval of devices and approval of all gaming technology. The other piece of this that I think is important is for Nevada to be on the cutting edge as it pertains to gaming technology. It's important we have a process where we can review newer technology. We want and encourage new technology, technology that we want to be able to review fairly and securely, and then allow our licensees to offer it to their patrons. And that wasn't happening at a speed that was acceptable to any of us. But again, not one, there has not been one moment where we thought that we could do any of this if it meant sacrificing any of the important safeguards that remain fully in place. And I think that that's important in this context. And then with respect to this process, it adds time, as correctly so, when you take a process to go through the board and then the commission. And we have certainly, adhered to that carefully. But when it comes to what I think Chief Eberwein was describing as ordinary type submissions, it makes sense to frankly speed up the process again without sacrificing any security or safety whatsoever. So it's a policy consideration, but one which we think on balance makes a lot of sense for our state.
And Chair Tagliati, if I might, I respect your comments, and I don't want, I don't see the release of commission responsibility in a process lightly. But I think back when we do have the new games, it's, there are rarely questions, and usually they're on the consent calendar. So I've just not felt, any real controversy, because the expertise that goes into the evaluation is at least beyond this commissioner's scope. So I think I'm all right on that. But because of certain other responsibilities, the International Association of Gaming Regulators, I get out there a little bit more. But I've heard, that chatter, that we're not going to Nevada first or early because it's just taken too long. And I'll say, well, we need to do it right. But again, it's always trying to find that balance. And I will yield to the wise judgment of the folks who've brought these changes to us to be comfortable. I do have on your PowerPoint expertly produced with our marketing team, the labs. So the GLIs of the world, you've now actually put in certain protocols and standards. So you're like these are things I don't understand well, but if you've got certain performance standards and things, you're all talking, it's apples to apples, not GLI standards or Nevada standards or Jersey standards.
Well, to be clear, Commissioner Krlicki, there are Nevada standards, and in many cases, they're higher than the standards of other jurisdictions, and that in many cases that remains. The issue as it pertains to the labs are utilizing the labs and their expertise in this process and embracing.
But they would use Nevada standards.
Absolutely, in the testing. Yeah. And the other piece I'll say is, this is a building, this is not something that we started, 6 or 8 months ago. Chairman Hendrick started this process and went about the business of looking at and trying to find ways to make the lab process and the approval of technology efficient in all regards. So this is the next step from that. And again, I would say quite clearly it involves a partnership with the test labs. It's a trust but verify situation. And Jeremy Eberwein has come up with very strict standards by which the labs must review the products in accordance with Nevada standards, and they have KPIs related to their performance. So the labs are accountable to us as well, but from our perspective, they're an important partner in this process. And they have been testing around the world for the better part, in some cases, of 50 years. And so we are embracing that as a stakeholder that can provide great expertise in this process, but always to Nevada standards.
Again, I appreciate the effort, many years of effort and lots of conversations often, I'm sure, at a table and sometimes unpleasantly, but the heavy lift, the work behind it and the maintaining of standards and keeping Nevada in the forefront and the top tier of these kind of things is cool. And I applaud you and I'll support.
I just have one more practical question, just because, this is my opportunity to learn. At each one of these, I always do. So the chair for a good cause shown, the chair may waive a requirement of the technical standards that apply to associated equipment, full and absolute authority to condition or limit any waiver granted under this subsection for any cause the chair deems reasonable. Can I have an example of what that means?
Certainly. So there's a couple requirements there I'd like to point to.
And by the way, for the record, I should have said, this is 14.260 subsections 8 that I read into the record. Sorry.
Certainly. So what I'd like to point to is the part right before that, subsection 7. And I'm actually going to go to a couple of places here. So in subsection 7, there's already the authority to just waive the requirement of getting a product that's associated equipment approved at all. What that doesn't give us the authority, though, is to say, we want this approved, but maybe you don't have to do this aspect. And that's what this new rule is adding. This is in line with 14. I believe, sorry, it's not in the updates, but in regulation 14.050, the current one there's a provision to waive tech standards for gaming devices. This is the associated equipment equivalent of that.
I'm not questioning the genesis of it or anything. I'm just asking for an example.
Sure.
Like a real life, put your hands on it example is all I'm trying to.
Sure. We may run into cases like, say, there's a kiosk that has something and normally we require kiosks to do a certain thing, but because of the way it's built, the way it's supported, maybe all the smarts on it are back in the cloud somewhere and not actually in the cabinet. Maybe we waive some requirements that would be require stuff to be in the cabinet per se.
Okay, that's exactly what I was. Helps me understand what we're talking about here, and I appreciate that exact example, something like that. Okay, that makes sense to me. Does anyone have any other questions or comments? Okay, does anyone have a motion?
I can do it, Chair. Chair, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 14 as presented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board recommended draft dated December 16, 2025, and to become effective upon adoption. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Or I'm sorry. I thought I heard you, but I must have been.
Yeah.
So can we just go through Silver? What's your vote? Commissioner Silver, what's your vote on the motion?
Aye.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Aye.
Tagliati's an aye. Commissioner Korlicki?
Aye.
Okay, and then those against?
Aye, a nay.
Okay, so the record should reflect those votes. Thank you. Next, on the next item.
The final regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 23.020, 23.025, and 23.050 as noted on the agenda, with conforming amendments as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati. Are you ready for me to start?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members of the Board. For the record, I'm John McKella with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for discussion and possible adoption are proposed changes to regulations 1, 5, 5A, and 23, all related to card game updates. The board considered the changes and recommended the changes to you on January 14th, 2026. The draft dates of the proposed changes to the 4 regulations before you today are January 14th, 2026. The proposed changes to Regulation 1 simply delete Section 1.150 as rake off is defined in Regulation 23. This eliminates redundancy. The proposed change to Regulation 5 is to Section 5.110. The change specifies that progressive payoff schedules do not include card game promotional pools or interactive gaming promotional pools reduced through a mechanism other than those set out in subsection 5 of Section 5.110. This change allows the creation of the concept of promotional pools as set out in Regulations 5A and 23. With a promotional payoff schedule, a certain hand or game win is required to win the payoff schedule. With the new concept of a promotional pool, certain player-funded prizes could be awarded through mechanisms such as raffles and volume of play. While the concepts of progressive payoff schedule and promotional pool are closely related, it was helpful to the audit division to have both concepts to ensure non-progressive pools, which may award set prizes, including tournament entries, are not forced into a progressive box. The proposed changes to Regulation 5A further the concept that progressive payoff schedules are different from promotional pools. The proposed changes to Section 5A.020 add definitions for pot, interactive gaming promotional pool, interactive gaming promotional rake-off, and rake-off. Section 5A.145 adds the distinction between progressive payoff schedule and promotional pools. Similarly, the proposed changes to Regulation 23 also further the concept that progressive payoff schedules are different from promotional pools. Section 23.020 adds a definition for card game progressive, which contains the distinction with promotional pools and adds definitions for card game promotional pool and card game promotional rake-off. Section 23.025 specifies a separate drop box is required for promotional pools. Section 23.050 specifies that promotional funds shall not be commingled with other funds. The drafts before you today are for possible adoption with an effective date of such adoption. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I believe that Rusty LeBlanc, Chief of the Audit Division, is also there to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon. Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, I'm here to answer any questions you may have. And during the board meeting, I did do a presentation on why these amendments are necessary. And I'm more than willing to present again if you like.
Okay, let me ask my colleagues, does anybody have any questions? I think this is going to be the quickest appearance for you ever. Is there a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion. I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulations 23.020, 23.025, and 23.050, as well as the conforming amendments to NGC Regulations 1.150, 5.110, 5A.020, and 5A.045 as presented in the Nevada Gaming Control Board's recommended drafts dated January 14th, 2026, to be effective upon adoption.
And if I might jump in, I believe Commissioner Solis Rainey stated 5A.1 or 045, and it is 145.
145. I apologize if I misspoke. That is correct.
Okay, thank you for making that motion. Discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I believe there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Okay, Madam Secretary, our next item.
That was the conclusion of our regulation items, and I believe now we are to the administrative reports.
So, Chair Dreitzer, administrative report for us today.
Yes, Chair Tagliati, thank you. Here's the report. The 2026 GCB meeting for March of 26 will be held on Wednesday, March 11th and Thursday, March 12th. The non-restricted agenda has 19 total items. Non-restricted items number 1 and 2 will begin at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, March 11th. At 12:30, non-restricted items 3 through 13 will be heard. The restricted agenda will begin on the same day, Wednesday, March 11th at 3 p.m., of which there are 13 total restricted items. On Thursday, March 12th, the remaining non-restricted agenda items, which include items number 14 through number 19, will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. So longest commission meeting imaginable. That's all you got to say. It's a social pop culture movie reference. Scariest, Armageddon. No, okay. My bad. Anything from the Attorney General today?
Nothing today, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
I'll first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make a public comment? There appearing to be no one present in Carson City to make public comment. Anyone here in Las Vegas? There appearing to be no one here in Las Vegas to make public comment. That will close our public comment section, and this concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of February. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. I understand.